It's early in the morning, everybody. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Let me, why is my face so big? Let's get this face out of here. Get this face out of here. Nobody needs this face. Look at all of these people. Look at all of these people that are here. Come on. You can't say we don't do it right when we do it this right. We're all cheering. This is going to be fun. Hello and good morning, everyone. This is Eltarii, the professional gamer. And this is another very professional live stream. Today is going to be a lot of the best thing in Pax Dei. That's going to be walking and talking. That is what we are here for and what we're trying to do. Now, what is the goal for today's stream? Well, we have the opportunity now in Pax Dei to go everywhere. And see these things? See how I can't click on it? That's a shame. See how I can click on this? Well, that's because that was the home valley that I came from. But now in Pax Dei, you are actually able to unlock all of these. All you have to do is go next to them. You can unlock them, and then you can forever teleport to them. At least until the next wipe, which is actually coming sooner rather than later. So this is the first ever inaugural Great Gallian Crawl, or GC for short. And that is what everyone here has been gathered for today. And it's looking like it's going to be a good day. We're all here. We're all here to join in this pilgrimage of sorts. And that's why I woke up. That's why I'm here. And I'll have you know, for those who are wondering, the stream actually started at 9:05, 9:06. Normally we're 20 minutes out, and we made it a lot sooner this time. So the extra bonus points for me. Extra bonus points. So we're going to be spending a lot of time together today. And we're going to talk about some stuff. And I'm going to try and not get lost while we go on this little escapade. And yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time. We've got our running shoes on, in fact. And it's probably best that we have some stuff pulled out just in case we run into any not so nice creatures. But we are ready to go. There's no reason for us to sit and linger any longer than what we have, because we have a long journey ahead of us. So let's get people here and ready to go. Ready to run. Because I think we want to get this train rolling. Ready to rumble. Let's go. All right. Let us be underway then. On me. Okay, so this is going to be hilarious. I am probably one of the most directionally challenged individuals in this entire group, and we are running, rearing, and ready to go. So there are a couple of things that I wanted to just generically talk about today, because when I was thinking, I said, wow, I am going to be talking for like 5 hours straight, and I have to find things to talk about during that period of time that at least are easy enough for me to talk about whilst running. And yes, here, it's important that I say this. Yes, Mary Gate first. So look at all these people running. Yeah, it was fun. So, and perfectly timed with a sunrise. Let's be real. The night is dark, cold, and full of terrors, and that is why we plan our events at that smooth dawn hour, because that's why we woke up early to begin with. And thank you all for coming and joining us. It looks like we have Elric in the chat, Black Wolf, hello. Timeless, JC, Pin, Czar, hello. Thanks. I see all of you are also somewhere around here as well. That is great. Thanks for waking up. I'm looking at the Golden City Discord right now, and it looks like we have a lot of people. When you have to scroll to see who's in the voice chat, then yeah, you know you've done something good, and a lot of people are going to be having some fun today. Now, we have a bear here. We can't let this bear survive. It's barely legal, and because of that, we're just going to baseball bat that sucker till he's no longer living. But hello. For you, does Pax Dei team pay you to do content? They have in the past, like over a year ago, I think, was the last time I did some actual sponsored content for Pax Dei. You can actually find out which ones are sponsored, because legally I have to say what's sponsored and what's not. They do not pay me for this. I just like doing things, and it's easier and more fun in Pax Dei to do things as a group than it is to do things as not a group. And with a game as big as Pax Dei, there's a lot of things that, if you just walk around, it's going to feel really, really empty. And the only thing that's going to keep you there is maybe a couple of Inquisition or something like that. But when you have a lot of people, it's far more enjoyable, far more fun, I would say as well. And we have quite the eclectic group assembled. We have many different clans. We have the Golden Company, obviously, but then we also, looks like we have Elkwood, we have the Wild Bloom Druids, we have obviously the Crossroads Coven and Avalon, and then, I know Elric is here somewhere, so I know he's there somewhere. And we're probably going to have, honestly, this is pretty early for people on the West Coast. 9 o'clock in the morning, y'all, wake up. We got to shake it out. Just get up. Just get up. So we have a lot of people. We have a lot of people gathered from a lot of different places. And I'm going to do this a lot. I'm going to get sidetracked a lot here. And hopefully not in-game, because that would be really not good. And we're going to have people following us or not. And that obviously would not be a good thing. Now, what would be awesome is if, we just turn around and we found the tree. We're going to have to start a counter for how many times I auto run into something today. What I was going to say is, it would be really cool if we just went back there and we started fighting, getting some PvP action going as well. But no, today is focused on just making a pin said 1. That's the counter. I should probably, hold on. There's probably a way. Let me come right here, and then I'm gonna, what do I want? I want text. And for this, I'm going to put counter, and I'm gonna take that, I'm gonna put the number 1. Look at that. There it is. That's the number 1. That is how many times I have gotten auto run caught on something today. Look at that. That's the magic of streaming, actually. So yeah, what I wanted to talk about first is the status of the population in Pax Dei. Oh, we already got it to 2. He is right. I did bounce into something there. Let's update that. Let's see. here we go. And I'm gonna actually just increase the counter every single time I go to increase the counter because I am auto running to increase the counter. But nevertheless, I wanted to talk about the status of the population in Pax Dei, start things off with probably a very fun and potentially spicy chat that people always love to talk about. Oh, you know, game's dying, game's dead, population is blah. So figured might as well, like, let's go ahead and while everyone's still waking up, let's just talk about it and see where we go with it. And yeah, so premise of this discussion. Actually, let's see. You four, what's your honest opinion about the direction and focus of the dev team? I have 600 plus hours in the game and I would go back, but a lot of time has passed. It seems like they don't follow through. And that it's actually great that you asked that question because I do think that for many players, that is what is tied to us talking about the population discussion as well. It is my opinion that a majority of the people who come and join is that Matt Allow, hello and welcome. Thanks for the follow over on Twitch. I think a lot of people who play MMOs actually aren't MMO gamers. That's a hot take, but let me explain a little bit further. So an MMO is a game that you get into and you're going to play for an extended period of time. You are going to meet other people in this game and you are going to develop friendships, relationships, enemyships, whatever you want to call it, over a long period, right? That's the whole premise of an MMO. It's a massively multiplayer online game. And we obviously are playing a massively multiplayer game to be around other people. Hence why people always want to talk about population, and they say when the population isn't there, then game dead, not good. It is true that Pax Dei's population is incredibly low right now. That does not make it a bad scenario that we are in currently. We're not living in the worst timeline, as some would say, but it is a opportunity for players to still test the game while it's in kind of a nascent early stage. And that's why early access exists. Early access and being an MMO can overlap. And the way that early access works is you get a lot of players who are interested in something. They come in at a slightly lower price than maybe what the game will be eventually. And they experience the game, they experience the product, and they will leave or they will continue playing. Now, it is my opinion that from an early access standpoint, players who come and play Pax Dei, it looks like a survival game. It feels like a survival game. It's a survival game. Look at that. We got our first new fast travel location unlocked, y'all. Now we're going to sit here and celebrate while we wait for some people to show up. All right, we're going to go to zone. Leaving for, I think it's Longress is next on the list. Yeah. Leaving for Longress in 1 minute. There we go. So the purpose of early access, you get a lot of people in and, oh yeah. And made a proper point there. So we're going to the other side of the map as well so that we get that side unlocked too. Gives us a couple of extra points without having to travel the extra distance later. Let's make sure we got it. Get that stupid world wipe package out. And we might have to walk away and then walk back to trigger it. Possibly. Or we might have to log out and log back in. But either way, you when you're playing an early access game, there we go. When you're playing an early access game, you have a lot of people that are coming in. They don't know what the game is. They don't know, hey, Athena, they don't know what the premise is, right? Pax Dei is a MMO social sandbox. It's got a lot of things that make it feel like it is a survival game, but the devs have even come out and said like it's going to become less and less and less like a survival game in the future. And that is important because survival games have a different mechanic to them than most other games do. Leaving in 30. And when we're talking about like how a survival game plays out, you have games like, let's look at the big games. What are the big games in the survival genre? Ark Survival Evolved. I mean, the one that comes top of mind first is obviously Rust. Rust is one of those survival games. I mean, you have smaller versions of these, like 7 Days to Die. You have larger versions of these. I mean, Atlas was a game that came out a long time ago. That's a survival. DayZ is a survival game. These are different. Heading out. Longress next. So you have these things, and let's just take a look here. Make sure we map this out. So we're going to go down, around, and then down again. So we just I need to make sure I turn left. And don't jump off this cliff and die. So survival games are different in that you, as a survival game, there's an expectation of a wipe cycle. You come in, you play for 30 days, and then it wipes and it goes away. So progression needs to be very fast. You need to be able to get into the action very fast. And you need to... Oh, did someone die? Hopefully someone didn't die. But either way, you are going into these games with the expectation that progression is going to be a lot faster than just chilling out, you know? Like, you're not going to be able to make it a week without making any visual progress, right? And Pax Dei is definitely not that. You need to take a lot of time in Pax Dei. You need to invest a lot of time and effort into the game. And it does sometimes feel like it's a survival game. You go and do a lot of the same survival gameplay loops. You go and gather wood. You go and gather coal. You make coal. You go and get pure iron ore to smelt into normal steel. And then you go through all these crafting progressions. You have to craft 50,000 gloves in order to level up one time. That is not what you do for a survival game. In a survival game, you go and get a blueprint, and then you go and make that thing. Then maybe they have a quality system. Last Oasis, which is having a little bit of a resurgence right now, has a quality system that they've been playing around with, trying to figure out how the heck to do it as a survival game. Now, Last Oasis has a pretty interesting case because it is a MMO survival sandbox game. It is survival. And you do have seasons to it. It's got this massively multiplayer element, but the wipe cycles are being built into the game. And originally, wipe cycles weren't being built into the game. They had to build it in because so many players from games like Rust were coming in and they were like, hey, in order to like keep our players, the small amount that we had, you need to be able to get what that is. You need to be able to get what they're used to, and they were used to Rust, wipe cycles, and all of that. So the progression was changed in that game in order to meet those expectations. Is that the right thing to do in any case? In some cases, yes, but in other cases, the devs do need to listen to their gut and stick with what they think is best as well, right? People talking about Worm Online in chat. That is an open world, sandbox MMO for sure. Other sandbox MMOs, like let's talk about sandbox MMOs. To a lesser degree, we have so obviously retired games like a lot of SOE's games, but specifically Star Wars Galaxies. You also have EverQuest Next, that was retired. I was just talking to people about Pirates of the Burning Sea. Does anyone remember Pirates of the Burning Sea? That was an old pirate sandbox MMO. There were quests, kind of, but nothing much. Sandbox is defined as really there's no direction. Like you go from point A to point B to point C and so on and so forth. And then you get new expansions every couple of weeks. And that's that. And you just keep progressing. I say a couple of weeks because I'm thinking like Guild Wars 2 style living world. But either way, that's what I would call a theme park MMO, where content is made by the devs over and over and over again, and then you go and use your time to complete said content. Sandbox, different. Cure, hello, welcome. Thanks for following over on Twitch. So I do think that there is some differences, though, when we are talking about survival games versus survival MMOs versus Pax Dei, which is a social sandbox MMO, not survival. Survival is kind of not in the pillar. I would say one of the key characteristics that define a survival game, one of the key characteristics is hunger, which, Greg, you just mentioned. Yeah, survival is having stats. You have to maintain hunger, thirst, temperature, sleep. It's a real world simulation. Exactly. That's what really makes up survival. Being able to go out and gather some wood and build some stuff, not exactly a survival game, though in pretty much like 80%, an overwhelming majority of the survival games that exist, you do have a building system where you have to go make your home, make a camp, make something. And that's where I think the understanding comes from. And I just realized that we're being very unprofessional right now, y'all. Do you want to get a quick lesson? We'll do it at the next thing. I woke up and I felt the constriction around my neck, but I don't have a tie on. This is near heresy, actually, right now. We have the tie right here. I put it right here because I was like, I need to put the tie on. But I realized I don't have a tie on. What the heck? How did no one catch that? How did nobody catch that I don't have a tie on right now? This is the level of commitment that I have to this stream. I have come on naked and afraid, much like all of the survival games that you come into. Naked without my tie. I have no idea how I'm even here talking to you all right now without this tie. It's sitting right here. We're gonna do like a little demo, a little teacher, a little screener. It's just a nice black tie today. We'll do a nice little tie-in here. See what I did there? A tie-in. But Brick Trooper, hello, good morning. Implemented the teleportation feature. Yes, they did. That's what we're doing right now. It's the Great Gallian Crawl. So we started over here. We went to this gate right here over to Mary. And now we are going south for the winter down to Longress, which is located right there. We're going to go all the way down to one of my favorite home valleys, Tricasis, for the views. But so far away, now we can get there pretty quickly, which is awesome. And then we're going to be going to Nonez, Ardennes, and then we will go up to Aras and Yura. We will teleport back over here and go to Carries, I think. Or no, actually, I take that back. We're going to teleport back up to here and go Mary next. A little bit of a distance to travel, but cool nonetheless. Say hi to the Stonehenge. Look at that. Look at that wonderful, wonderful little spell that was put there. Look at that. I would also like to go on the record that I am snuffing an opportunity to record some really sick views and have some nice. I like having great B-roll, and I don't like having my face on the B-roll, and this is a great B-roll opportunity. In fact, if you're looking to be on some nice B-roll for a video, the Golden City has its own YouTube channel, and we like to share the content of everyone who is, in the city, is a citizen, as they would call it. And we have one video that's planned right now, and we're doing a recording for that tomorrow. If you're interested, make your way down to Nyx, Aris, Innis, Gallia, and about southeast, just a little southeast of the Pax Dei, right here at this lake. You go there, and tomorrow there is going to be a recording that is going on. I will not be there, but we will be recording. We're looking to get a lot of people. It's going to be pretty fun. There's a water slide in the Golden City now. It's been there for a while, but we're going to use it, and we want to record a bunch of people doing a bunch of fun things for a little bit of content. So if you want to show up to that, this is kind of like the selfless plug for the Golden City. JC's actually running that particular recording, so you should go check it out. Back to the point. Population. How did we get all the way to talking about survival games and Pax Dei? Well, we were talking about early access specifically, and Pax Dei is in early access, and we had a lot of players come into the game, and some of the initial promotional content for Pax Dei was like, go and build your thing, go and build your home, go and do your survival-esque gameplay loops. And you got a lot of players that came in and they saw it and they're like, this is medieval Rust. And I think you even had like major streamers like Asmin. For a while there was Narc, who was covering Ashes, but now is, I don't even know what the heck Narc is doing. I hope he's okay, but stopped covering Ashes and went and started doing his own thing. But nevertheless, there were a couple of larger streamers. A mobile van streamer was interviewing the devs for a point in time. And a lot of them, I think, in terms of marketing, this is the professional in me coming out, marketing was questionable because the message that was being given by some of the people, the individuals who were sharing the game, was that it was a survival sandbox. In fact, I'm sure at one point in time on this channel, I even called it a survival sandbox. And it's not, because you don't manage your food and hunger and stats, and you're not going to get killed by the elements. Right now, weather doesn't have an effect. And I think the devs have even come out and said that in the future, weather is going to be an aesthetic thing. Maybe it'll affect some things, but it's not going to, like, in Valheim, destroy your building over time with wear and tear, and things can go and damage the stuff. Though maybe in future PvP zones, you'll be able to destroy or damage people's things. That's different from having, a specific, this is so fun seeing all these people kind of just scattered throughout the woods. Such a fun, it's going to be so great when the game's out and there's just a lot of people playing, and this kind of thing is more common. It's going to be great, but that's why we organize and bring people together for these types of things. I digress again, but the game is in early access, and a lot of the initial marketing for the game had to do with, look, these things seem like it is a survival game. So then you get a lot of players who come into the game and they're like, this is a survival game. I want to play survival. And they're not necessarily MMO players. They are people who want to play the survival arc, which is you come in, you level fast, you experience everything that the game has to offer in a month or less with your group. And then you go on to the game carousel yet again and go play the next thing, the next best thing that comes out. Next best thing TM, right? And I think that, I think that player mentality is really bad for the industry, incredibly bad for the industry. It enables a lot of predatory practices with games, specifically the survival genre, where you can have this game and you can have a lot of these really flashy features that have pretty much no depth to them at all. Honey, good morning. And when you don't have depth, it can look really cool and people can be like, ooh, imagine the possibilities. Imagine what we can do here. Imagine all of the cool things. And then what you end up with, oh, did we go the wrong way? Did we go the wrong way? I mean, it's not something that most people should go down, but yeah, this is not possible. I'm sure-footed, but I'm not stupid. Someone disagree. Oof. Black Wolf's gonna try and make it happen. It's not gonna work. We can try. Yeah, it's gonna hurt. But Black Wolf has the juice. He knows how to do it. Oh! Yeah, that's a dead one. Oh. Oh. It's okay. We're just right up there. Help! I've fallen and I can't get up. It's okay, because other people are going to get lost, so we're going to respawn back up here. I tripped. Stick to roads. Shortcuts. Shortcuts. Kill. Nevertheless, let's keep this conversation going while I go and recover my body, which actually will be quite easy because along the road. And okay, so we're talking about Black Wolf saying sorry because I was like right there. I honestly, if I was paying attention, I would have made that landing easily. Either way, when we are talking about the population in Pax Dei, the marketing for the game was it has survival features. Mariette, hello and welcome. And I think because of that, players came in and they wanted to play the game like they play every other survival game. They wanted to come in and they wanted to play their like 30, days of fame and then move on. They wanted to go to the next game. And I think that game carousel, as I like to call it, and I also like to call it polygamey, like polygamy, but polygamey. People play too much, and the industry as a whole pushes people to keep playing new games every week. And it's, the next thing that's coming out. For example, this week we had, I think, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, and also Oblivion Remastered, and also Sky Oblivion. There's so many games that come out in a given week, and they are all pulling your attention, and they're good games. Claire Obscure is a good game from what I've seen. Oblivion Remastered is a good game, objectively good game, and people should play it. I and support the devs and do all of those things. But the problem is that we're on this carousel, and you basically need the content. You need it as quick as possible. You need to get your hit, and then you go to the next thing. And I think that's really the primary issue, is that a lot of players are on that path and they just want to experience everything that the game has to offer so they can go to the next game. They're polygamous. They're polygamous. It's all that polygamey. How about colored underwear? Yeah, that would be great too. Speaking from experience, recent experience, right? But I personally am a monogamey player. I really like to sink my teeth into a single game and build a community in it and, you know, experience everything that that game has to offer over a period of time. And that's why I'm here playing Pax Dei. That's why I'm streaming. Someone asked at the very beginning of the stream, like, are people still playing? Do they pay you to do this? And the answer is no, they don't pay me to do this. Most of the, like 90% of the time, they don't pay me to do this. And, you know, we're coming up our episode 101 of the PAX Friday review came out today. And we're getting close to the 2-year anniversary. I'm trying to get Mainframe out there and do stuff. They're incredibly busy right now. I'm trying to get them out there to do things and to get their message out there and have their developers talk and share more about the game. But it is a huge marketing effort, and they're working on developing the game right now, not selling the game. And with the messaging that they came out with in early access, they had a lot of streamers that had no clue what PAX Dei was. They kind of came in and they saw it and they're like, oh, this is a survival game because you can build, and it's meant to be experienced in this, you know, short myopic manner, and you go and do all this stuff and you're going to go PvP. And then when none of that stuff happened, they were like, game's dead, no players are here, and they left. I mean, clearly with this event, I mean, that we're doing today, there are players in the game, and there's quite a bit of players. They're all scattered around, and that is a problem that PAX Dei is going to, that is something that PAX Dei needs to answer at some point, because we're right now only in Gallia, which is one of the 4 primary regions. And Gallia has 4 maps already, and players feel spread out. But then the irony of this is that even though players feel spread out, there are home valleys that are actually full and can't take any more plots. So it's like this weird dichotomy of where are all the players, but also even the players that exist, sometimes they have a hard time getting back together. Now, in terms of, and I have a theory for why that is, and I have a theory for how that's going to get fixed, which is why I'm literally 0% worried about, you know, the population and plot distribution and all of that. And we'll talk about that. We'll get there. I promise we will get there, just like we will get to Longress here. But the fact of the matter is that if they add more zones, I mean, let's just take a look. There's a broken gate here. There's a broken gate here. There's a broken gate here. There's a broken gate down here. And that's all the broken gates. That how many more maps is that? That like 5 more maps just connected to this map, right? 5 more maps connected to this map. If this is all of Gallia, like if Ancien, Mary, Innis Gallia, and Carries are it, like that's all the juice that we have in the box, then all of these other regions, the other 5 regions that are here, or the other 5 map locations, like those are 5 new maps, and they're probably not all connected to the same map zone, and not all just leading to Innis Gallia or like Gothia, for example. Like they're not all going to the same place. Not all roads lead to Rome. So that means there's at least 5 more maps, and people are already feeling like it's tight / also empty. So then how is that going to fix? How is that going to, you know, be resolved? And I do think it's something that we have to think about. But for population, the game is actually in a pretty solid spot for why it's here in the first place. If this was a full release game, if this was like PAX Dei is out, you want to see players sticking around a lot longer. And that is difficult. Like, that is a pretty difficult thing to have when you're a released game, because you need to sustain some of that. Now, I think Pax Dei had more players play it at the beginning due to misunderstandings with some of the content creators and how the message was being pushed. So there was a lot more people playing the game than were probably going to be long-term interested in it. I think it's better to think of Pax Dei like a grindy game such as Eve, as opposed to a, fast-paced seasonal Rust server. It's not a seasonal Rust server. When the game's released, there's no more wipes. Nothing is going to happen anymore to our player characters. And we will talk about wipes later as well, because there's one coming, and we know it is. And it's like a month and a half away, tops. So it is something that we will have to talk about. But, Pax Dei is a long-trod game. You're not just coming in and playing it for a month and then going away. In fact, the way that the game is being monetized, it's clearly not that. Wow, that is one way to build furnaces on a plot. That's wild. That's actually wild. All right, we want to go to the left here. But, and we're not. We're gonna stay on the road. It's really easy to get lost on these things, so it's better to just not get lost. Now, unless there's no content that makes leveling gear interesting, though. So, the interest with leveling up gear is going to come with the randomization that comes with gear creation in the future, is my hot take. So, what do I mean by that? The developers have mentioned in the past that when you go to craft something, there's going to be a kind of randomness that gets put into it, that certain attributes get applied to the gear, and potentially spells get applied to it, or abilities get applied to it, and that's really where that comes from, right? So that is kind of what we have to think about when we think about it in terms of content, is there's still only the first layer of some of the content here. So crafting is going to be more engaging. You will be able to recycle some of the stuff, but you also need to be able to see what the different things that you're crafting are. So, you might sit there and make 100 gloves, for example, but only one of those gloves is going to have the special sauce that you're looking for. That's where, players are going to be able to really dig their teeth into grinding things out. And then also, in addition to that, that's where you're going to be able to affect how those rolls go in, where maybe you're able to add kind of reagents to the crafting recipe, which will push it in one direction or another when the craft finally is completed. So that Ray, stop talking about gloves, PTSD. Let's talk about I don't know, helmets then, or breastplates, because you can't level off of breastplates, right? So part of it is players came in, they were expecting to have this kind of fake layer of depth that a lot of survival games have, and that's why I think it's really bad for the industry, because these early access survival games, it's like every early access game is a survival game, and it's bad because players come in and they start building these preconceived notions of what that game is going to be, and for most of the time the industry reinforces that understanding. So it really is kind of a problem in a lot of ways that needs to be addressed, because there's not a sustainable development path where you can constantly be coming out with content, but then also releasing content that isn't buggy as hell and breaks the game or isn't balanced at the speed that some of these games do come out with it. What is that scientist game that came out? It's like Half-Life 2. It came out like a year ago, a little over a year ago. Does anyone remember that? It's like the Half-Life 2 survival game. You're a scientist, but you have like classes, and you go and like have to go through an office and collect survival materials, and there is food and hunger. It is a survival game, actually. I don't know why I'm blanking on the name though. But either way, that game came out, and it already had content mapped out for a year, and it already had most of the content made, but it was releasing it over a period of time so that there was players who would be able to engage with the game, and there would always be new stuff for them to engage with, and that's where that came from. And a lot of survival games do that. They hold the content back, and that is why. Okay, let's address this amazing comment. I love this. This is great. Your opinion is clearly being paid off by the company. I'm sure in 5 years this game may be fun, but when you early release a game with no content updates and wonder why it's dead, ? For starters, at the very start of this stream, I was asked, am I being paid to do content for this game? No, I am not being paid to do content in this game. I have been paid to do content in this game. I do not have a current ongoing contract with Mainframe to not shitpost about anything that this game has to offer. I am not muffled on anything that I can say. I literally, if it does not say sponsored at the bottom of any of my videos, then it is not a sponsored content. I'm not paid to do it. And a lot of people don't understand this, but there's a legal obligation that I have as a content creator on the platform. They could remove me from the platform if I have sponsored content and I don't designate it as sponsored content. Why? Because other advertisers don't like having their ad space covered up by someone else's ad space. Or they want to at least know. And you have to be truthful about it because you're getting paid to do it, right? You're getting paid to do it. I'm not getting paid to talk about Pax Dei right now. It's the president of the professional gamer. It's her birthday today. I'm gonna go celebrate my wife's birthday later today. I'm not getting paid to do this. I could be doing other things, but it's something that I enjoy, and I'm just talking about it. That's the difference. I'm not a paid shill to go and talk about this game. And I literally just criticized the developers. If you were actually listening, King, I actually just criticized the developers on their marketing strategy when the game came out. I don't understand. Are you not listening? Are you just coming in here to preach, King? Is that what you're doing? You just want to talk in an echo chamber and you think that you can just say whatever you want and not have to deal with repercussions? Really? That's what I'm thinking? Yeah. Get out of here. Or actually post something that has meaningful content. That is hilarious. To come in here and call me a shill for something that it's clearly not. Clearly not. Only my voice echoing. Cool. Yeah, awesome. So either way, when we're talking about how the content of the game has kind of made players think, oh, it's this 30-day cycle. There's a wipe cycle. They're coming in like Rust players. They're coming in with this polygamey. They want to just come in, experience everything that they have, and then leave and go on to the next thing. And then they complain about it, and they're like, here, let's do leaving in 2 minutes from Longress to Tricasis. So they kind of pushed a narrative unintentionally Thanks, Elric. They kind of pushed the narrative unintentionally by a lot of the content creators that didn't do their research on the game. They didn't have a pretty solid perspective. And King, just really quickly, if you're still here, maybe you've already left because you didn't get what you wanted from that conversation. But I mean, you're talking about echoing, only my voice is talking. I mean, I'm looking right here at a lot of players who are chilling out here, dude. It's actually wild how many people are here for this very small event. I wouldn't say this is a mainframe sponsored event. Would anyone call this a mainframe sponsored event? I don't think they've mentioned it. But look, there's a lot of people here, dude. It's incredible. Echo chamber, maybe. Maybe you're the one that's in the echo chamber. Wild. Wild. But I'm getting paid to do this. I get it. I get it. Now, a lot of these content creators that they did pay, and they probably paid a lot of money to, I know what some of their budgets look like. I've heard of what some of their budgets look like. I know what general game development marketing budgets look like. And you don't have someone like Asmongold coming in and saying, oh, I'm not getting paid, I'm going to go and do this, and then not get paid in some way, shape, or form. You don't have Narc with, tens of thousands of people watching him come in and do a developer interview and not be compensated for it in one way, shape, or form. But their marketing does have a little bit of struggles, and that's fine. It's an in-development game. It's not something where they need to focus on marketing right now. They need to focus on just making more stuff to do in this game, adding more of the systems that were promised when they originally pitched this game 3 years ago. That's what they need to add. But the reason why the populations declined is because a lot of players thought that this was a survival game, and it wasn't. They thought that it was something that it was not. And they came in and they played it like it was something that it wasn't. And then they got disappointed when it wasn't that thing. And then they left. And then you have people coming in and saying things like, the game's dead, everyone's gone. And guess what? You're thinking of the game from that exact same mindset. That's what you're doing. You're coming in and you're thinking about it from that mindset. This is a survival game. This is, how the game should work. When the population dies off, I need to move to the next game. That's what people are thinking. That's what King's thinking in chat. And King, I don't have anything against you, dude, but I do have a problem with someone coming in and calling me a shill for a game when I'm like, I would love to be getting paid. I would love to be getting paid. In fact, hold on. Maybe the reason why I'm a little spicy right now is because I'm not wearing this tie. Let's go ahead and do a tie tying on stream live and ready to go here. And I think that's really where the population problem comes from, is people are looking at it in a way where they think it needs to have a population dynamic that isn't really the population dynamic for the type of game that Pax Dei actually is. Pax Dei needs sustainable populations, not actual, like it needs sustainable pop that grows slowly over time, not actual content carousels where they're just adding quests. This game doesn't have quests even. Like, there's no NPC to give you a quest. There's no new new content is a dungeon that comes in. New content is when Elric, who's here, ends up going to war with someone, or someone ends up going to war with him. That's content that we have to make and do stuff in, because that's a sandbox. Elric, I'm not saying anyone's going to go to war with you, by the way, buddy. I'm not saying that either. Like, maybe they are. I don't know, but I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything. That's what I'm saying. I'm just talking. But these are the kinds of things where they come up. And look at that. The tied while talking is great, right? Amazing. Okay, let's go ahead and heading out. So let me just make sure I plot my course here before we go. It's this road. This is the road. Longress. Longress is the home of Sanctuary. Sanctuary is here. Lady Duene, you messaged me a while ago, Duene, and I forgot to reply back. I'm sorry. Can someone give Duene a shout out and let her know that I still love her? And it's been a long time since we did. She was one of our first ever. We did, what was it? Creators of the Creation. Creators of the Creation was one of our first ever community things. Wesley, thank you for the sub over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. It is nice to have them. It is wonderful to have them, actually. Thank you so much. Does that mean I'm a shill now to Wesley? Since he's now sponsoring this content, is that how it works? Is that okay? I'm gonna lay off of that. I maybe I went too hard on that. Sorry, King. But Duene and Sanctuary were our first featured group in the Creators of the Creation series. I feel like that series needs to come back at some point, and we need to resuscitate it and bring people along for the ride, because it was really fun. And what a great first person to host on that particular stream of content of player created creations, and then looking at them through that guise and interviewing them and talking to them just about themselves, their gaming history, their experience, why they like Pax Dei, why they're doing what they do, what inspired their builds. And I think people want more of that. And just to have those like real connections with people. And Lady Duene is such a sweetheart. And she's giving life advice on this Creators of the Creation episode, and it was so cool. It was just such a fun. It was actually my first experience as I'm a very small content creator, It's again, this isn't a job. I might wear a tie to the office, but it doesn't mean it's a job. I actually like wearing ties. I think we should wear ties more often. I think I should start my own tie brand and make actual ties, make ties great again. Matta. Make ties matga. Oh God. Okay, let's not get political. Either way, it's like, oh boy, watch out, Eltarii. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back home. That's the early morning talking, actually. That's what it is. But it was my first experience talking to Lady Duene, where I was like, wow, like I have the opportunity. I've been given the opportunity, as small as that opportunity might be. And it is small. Like we know, I know this channel is small, and I have no intention of making it super big. Like, I mean, if it does explode at some point, awesome. Like, that's great. But I just like interacting with all of you. Like, this is so much fun getting to talk to everyone in chat and having things where we can run events like this and people come out because they know that we are a place, we are a channel, we are a community that does content. And that's why we're here. And that's why we do what we do. And it was the first experience with Duene where I was like, she's such a cool person and has such a cool vision for what she wants with her community and how they do it. And it felt so homey and wholesome, like so wholesome. And I just got to interview her and be like, tell me about your build and share that with the world. And so many more people saw that than I was expecting them to see. And the reason why it made me so happy is because there were like, she messaged me and was like, I had to like shut my DMs down because people were contacting me so much about the build and how their clan operated and they wanted to participate. I don't know if, it was a great recruitment opportunity for them, but even if they got one new member who's still playing today and it was my fault, like, that's awesome. That's so cool. And we wouldn't be able to do that without y'all's support. So again, Wesley, thanks for subbing on Twitch. It is not sponsored by mainframe a majority of what I do. So, a lot of things come out of pocket, but that's the thing about hobbies. You get to do them because they're fun. And so to continue the conversation about population, I think we're at a point where we can probably end it. We've gotten enough spice. I was able to get one person out here with some spice, having an alt take. So King, if you're still here, thanks for hanging around and being that opposition. But it is important to talk about, and people have various opinions on it. Mine just happens to be that Pax Dei's population is okay to be at a small point in order to get critical feedback on gameplay systems that the developers are adding. And we have the population to do that. We are glorified bug, QA testers is what we are. We paid to do work. I can't tell you how many people have not pressed F8. Probably more people don't even know that F8 is a bug reporting key that you press when you encounter a bug, and then they don't submit the bugs. And that's is it a problem? Is that not good? I think so. The game is in early access and we are asked to test the game. We should be able to go and do that and test the game and get the info that we need and get the info that they need, more importantly, so they can make the best game that they can. We're testing. We're testers. That's what we're doing. If the game's released, quality standards change a little bit. There's a couple of reasons why. Wesley, I figure it's the least I can do for continuously taking jabs at your pronunciation. There's a funny story about this. So what Wesley's talking about, the most recent PAX Friday review came out this morning, and Oberon's court. Oberon is like the leader of the nice fae that still exist, I guess is what we can call him. And it's Oberon. But in the video, I am notorious for bad pronounced creations. And like borderline, does he know how to read? And there's a really funny one. In Guild Wars, the original Guild Wars, there's a henchman named, I'm going to mess it up even now, but I think the character's name is like Alicia or something like that. It's the, I think it's the monk henchman that you get from the original Guild Wars. Nevertheless, Nick, thanks for the follow over on Twitch. But the henchmen in Guild Wars, the OG Guild Wars, where you could have all the henchmen, which they actually just had a really big update, a 20-year anniversary update or something like that, and added new content to the game. Like 20 years ago, people are still playing that thing. It's nuts. It was a good game. I love the story in Guild Wars. The original Guild Wars story was solid. Guild Wars 2, maybe not as good. Some people, that's probably a hot take, but for me, yeah, meh. Either way, that henchman, I was calling them not by the right name for a very, very, very long time. I think I was calling them like Alicia. I'm blanking on it, but to the point where my friend who I had been playing the entire campaign, so we did, prophecies, then we did factions, then we did Nightfall, like multiple years that we've been playing this game together and experiencing. And at the very end, Eye of the North, and we were back in one of the original zones, one of the prophecy zones where that henchman was, and he says, Eltarii, what the name that you're saying, is that for this person? Like, is that for this person? And I was like, yeah. And he said that person's name is like Lissa or something. It was like completely off from what the henchman's actual name was. And I had this moment of realization where I was like, dude, for the last 2 years, I have been calling this person by this name, like pronouncing it in this way, and you have never said a single thing. And he was like, yeah, I never connected the two. It was so far off that I never even connect. I thought you were talking to someone, like you had a sister named that, and you were just talking about it. Like I never connected that you were so far off from this person's actual name that was the thing. Yeah, so it was one of those, go for 2 years calling someone something, and like in real life being like, oh yeah, that's Bob. And then someone comes back to you and they say, hey, I don't know how to tell this to you, but that person's name is not Bob. It's not Rob. It's not even anything close. His name's Charles. Like it, but he never corrected you. Like that's basically the same level that I had with this henchman character. So I do have a history of just really bad pronunciations of words. Oberon is one of them. So without people like Wesley coming in and telling me the proper phonetic pronunciation for a name, I might just, come in and rip it apart. It's the same thing with, in that post, I think it said Adonai begotten by Adonai, or the Adonai versus the Adonai. Still trying to figure that pronunciation out. I think I landed it. For me, older languages, Latin and Hebrew, have a lot more phonetic. It's a lot more phonetic. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just the ones that I've read that are like that. But so it's a little bit easier. The rules are pretty consistent with how you pronounce things. People would disagree with me on that. Pax Dei, sometimes they call it Pax Dei, as the proper pronunciation for it. So, that's how I'm pronouncing them. So hopefully it's right. Yeah, no, I agree. Now, so population, it's okay to be where it's at. The reason why it's fallen as much as it has, like I said, is to my opinion, which, by the way, we just passed by one of these massive missions. You can't see it because it's outside of the draw distance now. They really need to fix that. The draw distance needs to be there. You should go and check those out if you haven't. We did a video on one of the ones that we went to go check out, and there's some pretty cool stuff in there. It was actually one of our more popular videos recently, where we also did some sleuthing and put out the word that staves were probably coming, based on this updated animation here, and then also some marketplace research in game. There was the ability to search for staves, but they didn't exist yet. So nice little super sleuthing. I don't like doing full data mining. I think that spoils the game. You're not supposed to enjoy the game like that. But if it's in the marketplace, that's kind of free game. Come on. But yeah, to summarize my points, Pax Dei's population has declined significantly because I think the initial marketing strategy that Mainframe had targeted too wide of an audience, and that audience, a decent majority of that audience, was this survival-esque game carousel, polygamous style of gamer who comes in, they want to experience everything fast, get through it, get through all of the content, say, get the stamp of approval, like, yeah, I beat the game, I did whatever, and then they move on to the next game and they don't play anymore. That's not Pax Dei's ideal customer profile. Their ideal customer is someone who plays the game over a long period of time. Why is that? Well, that's what leads us to our next point. I mentioned while we were discussing population and why it's lower and why that's okay, that plots are an issue. You had a lot of players come in, they went and they were active, they were playing the game as much as they could. They did it for a month and they said, meh, no content, meh, and then left. Their plots didn't, though. Their plots are still there. And people see that as a problem. Why? Well, we're doing this event right now where we have all of these players that came from all different stretches of the game. They're from Ancien, Mary, Carries, and Innis Gallia, all of the different home valleys as well. And it takes time to get from point A to point B, right? Well, what you would normally see is as a population of players gets smaller and smaller and smaller, those players start to coalesce into smaller and smaller areas where there's higher activity in certain areas and less activity everywhere else. The problem with that is with how Pax Dei's plot system works right now, today, people's plots are still there. They paid for the game. They have the plots. The plots don't go away. That's why our next topic, our next hot topic, as this will lead us through the end of Innis Gallia's traveling, is monetization. Oh, hold on, we have an air horn for this. Let's bring it. Holy cow, that is loud. Wow. Yeah. Sorry. Wake up, everybody. Wake up. Yeah, we're going to talk monetization. They actually mentioned that they were going to discuss monetization sooner rather than later recently on the official Discord. So we might as well have our own Discord about monetization strategies, and why I think it is a good thing for Pax Dei. That's going to be another hot take. Lots of people don't like, most people don't like games monetizing. In fact, they either can't afford it, or it's not in their budgets, or more importantly, it doesn't fit into their play style of polygamey, and they can't support playing 10 games that they have to pay a subscription to every single time they want to play, right? How does Pax Dei survive as a game and support their developers if they have a lower population? Well, if Pax Dei was a free-to-play game, then there is one very clear path that they could go on. They put in a cosmetic shop. They allow people to be whales and come in and spend fat loads of cash on things, and they call it quits at that. What that happens, Athena, what happens then when they open up that cosmetic shop? Well, you end up with a developer that pretty much hires only content creators, like 3D designers, graphics artists, things like that, to make really cool pieces of armor, because that's how they make their money. And you're always going to get the next best thing. You're going to be on this carousel of new cosmetics coming out every week. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But what ends up happening is the entire business model of the company then shifts away from creating new content, new systems, and shifts more so to just creating new cosmetics, which leads to a stale game. It happens. Let's take a look at New World, my favorite game to poop on, right? It's like they did something to me. They took 2 years of my life, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and a couple of really fun war campaigns that were fought out over a couple of months. A lot of stupid stuff that also happened during that time frame, but they focused on a cosmetic shop because they were free to play. You bought the game, you could play it whenever. You bought the game, you can play it whenever. You still can. You can log in right now. I own it on Steam. I have thousands of hours in the game. I can go and log in right now and be back where I was, and there would be 5,000 new cosmetics that I can buy, and I'm going to come in, I'm going to be like, oh, I need to buy it. And then they stopped making money on the game because the cosmetics weren't slapping like they originally were. They had to adjust some of their staffing to go and support a new game that's now in development, the Lord of the Rings MMO that Amazon is pushing forward to continue pushing their fun Rings of Power narrative, most likely. And yeah, you end up with a game that now you need to come out with expansions. And with the expansion comes another paywall. You have to pay that, get through that paywall, and then boom, you have the new set of content. They did that once already with the horses, actually. New World finally has horses, the DLC. And, with New World, I think they have a new PvP hardcore short-term map. Hey, look at that. We got another one. We're going to take a 5-minute break here. 5 minutes to bio and coffee. Here, let's make sure we cheer. So I think with that, there is a important thing to look at for that monetization strategy. They had to kind of concede making more content. The new expansion or the new content that's coming out for New World is the first time that they're adding a new Outpost Rush map since the game came out in 2020 was when New World came out. It's been 5 years and they're only just now getting to the point where they're coming out with a new Outpost Rush map. If the developers played their damn game for less than 30 minutes, which that is doubtable, if they did and they spent 29 of those 30 minutes waiting to get into an Outpost Rush queue because their population sucked and it didn't actually allow for cross-server gameplay in Outpost Rush, for example. So you'd spend 30 minutes waiting to queue into one of these game modes, and then finally on the 29th out of the 30 minutes that you were going to play the game, you get in and you realize how broken that map was and how muskets were able to snipe at you from the other side of the map and one-shot you even if you were in heavy armor. And they would have been like, oh, we need to make a new map. But they couldn't because they were so focused on making more cosmetics, because cosmetics is what pushes the bottom line on the company forward. That's what pays for the developers' salaries. And they had to effectively keep paying more devs to come on and make cosmetics so that they could make more money, so that they could pay more devs to make more cosmetics, so that they could make more money. And it was it's a business. They're selling you digital pixels for characters, and eventually that game will no longer exist and all of those cosmetics will disappear, but at least they got a paycheck for a couple of years, right? That's pretty much how that payment model works. So that's the free-to-play model. Well, not free-to-play. Well, is it free-to-play? I think it's buy-to-pay is technically what they call that, right? You buy the game and then it's free-to-play afterwards. That's kind of a mode that was pioneered by the Guild Wars developers, right? That was one of them. Ren Girl, yes, absolutely. New World had one of the best tree chopping sounds. It was so good. It was so good. I hope one day Pax Day can be a quarter of the wood chopping experience in New World, and it will be great. But where am I going with this? Monetization in Pax Day and why plots isn't going to be a problem. So they have teased in the past. This isn't an official commentary on this. Like, they haven't come out and blankly said this is what we're doing. They said that what they are considering doing, and what they have said in the past, is that they are going to have a subscription model. Subscription models allow smaller games in an MMO setting to survive a lot better than anywhere else. If obviously you have a viral game and you have millions of players playing and everyone's looking at the cosmetic shop and you keep on directing them to look at the cosmetic shop, and every time they log in, they have to go to the cosmetic shop to go and pull some kind of currency off of it for their dailies, and then it constantly is reminding them that they can get more skins and that there's a battle pass and that there's all these things that they can buy. When you have a viral game, you'll make way more money doing that. Way more money. Because the barriers to entry are low and you're just constantly asking people to go into the cosmetic shop and buy something. Most games are not viral. They want to be, but they're not. Most games do not have that same capacity. It'll be interesting to see what Ashes of Creation does, because they do have, in fact, they have based their entire business model off of cosmetics in a lot of ways, right? They're also a subscription-based model, but they have a very solid cosmetic shop that's already being made, and the game's not even released yet. It's only an alpha, right? But they have a lot of cosmetics that you could have bought into for all the different alpha keys over a period of time. They've made quite a decent amount of money to support their development process. Good on them. But even they know that to have a sustainable game, they have to have a subscription. Subscription models are better for games because it allows the developer to say, hey, when I came out with this piece of content, my subscription went up, went down. That means they are incentivized to make a game better because they want their subscription to go up. In a game like New World that is primarily focused on cosmetics, they don't want you to continue playing the game. They don't. They want you to log in, spend $20 a month on cosmetics, and then log out and go play other things most of the day. Why? Because then they don't have to pay for the infrastructure to support you as a player while you're playing the game, but they still get the $20 a month for you playing it. They want you to come in, get that fast, hit, and then leave, and then come back and do it again the next month and the next month and the next month. That's all they want. When you're a subscription model, though, you have to build a good game with good content that warrants someone spending money per month to continue that. One of the things that the devs have talked about is having, let's do a 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning. One of the ways that they mention that is having a range of subscriptions that correlate to the amount of plots that you have access to. So this leads now to the plot problem, right? So the plot problem is we have all these players that exist in the game. I mean, Tricosis is right here. There are a lot of players' builds. Are these players active? I don't know. I don't think many of them are. I don't think many of them have probably logged in for quite a period of time. I mean, if we zoom out here, there's stuff that's not complete in a lot of places, right? There's a lot of incomplete builds. Are you going to pay $15 a month so you can have this random plot of land that you haven't used in months and you haven't built on and it just kind of sits there? Like, are you going to pay $15 a month for that? Is that really worth your money? Well, if you're not playing the game, then the answer is probably no. And that's why having the plots linked to subscriptions, I think, is actually a good thing, because it'll remove a lot of these builds that aren't complete, that players aren't actually playing. They're not playing, and because of that, their plots go away. In some ways, I think Pax Dei's business model is kind of like a gym membership. Like, if everyone, the classic adage, right, is if you're in a gym and you have a membership in a gym, the gym actually doesn't want you to come all of the time. It doesn't want you to be there all of the time. They want you to come in, but they don't want everyone to come in at the same time. They want everyone to be around, but not at the same time. And I think with that, if we already tested the plot mechanics, right? We already know that we have the L file, the redeeming queue. If your specific, if your stuff is on a plot and the plot goes away, heading out now, going to Nona's up next. Away we go. So with plots being linked to subscriptions, it does a couple of things. One, it incentivizes players to be more attentive to how they are playing the game, you're not going to pay $15 a month to not play the game. Some people might, and that's fine. But a lot of players are not going to be spending $15 a month to have a half-baked house that they don't log in and play. Most people don't like. If you're playing Pax Dei, you don't waste your money. Don't spend your money on something and then not actually get any enjoyment from it, right? But by the nature of having plots linked to subscriptions, it incentivizes players to play, but then it also incentivizes the developers to make sure that they're making something that players want to keep logging into and want to keep playing. And that's where the content cycle is going to come in, where new additions are going to be made, where new zones are going to be open up. These, maybe we're able to repair these gates at some point, and then that opens up new areas that we can go and explore to. There's going to be land grabs, conflicts, stuff like that gets played into afterwards. But someone said a dev confirmed on the Discord that it's going to be the same wipe as last time with the world. I have not been able to find the source for it. Okay, so yeah, we'll talk about wipes coming up. But in terms of monetization, I think, there is a subsect of the community that's like, there's been no content follow through, right? There's been no, the devs haven't made everything that they said that they're going to make. I think that there's a drastically large amount of Pax Dei's world that is in dev build mode that is different from the game that we're playing right now. And that there's a lot of stuff that has existed for some time that's just been bundled up and isn't coming out until larger patches. I think verse 3 is going to be quite a sizable one. I don't know if it's in terms of content, but it'll definitely be in terms of either not new skills, maybe new skills, but more importantly, a new weapon. We're getting staves. We know that other stuff is going to be coming in the near future, like horses and stuff like that as well. But what would be great is if we start seeing, I keep on talking about it in all of my PAX Friday reviews, how I think there's going to be new dungeons that are linked to the Fae, and you go into the Fae realms, and that's like new sets of dungeons where we go into the Fae side of things, and there's all these new types of creatures that we're going to experience and have to deal with there. I look forward to having types of content, revolving around that, and I think many people do. And they keep on teasing it. We've seen models. We've seen models for what look to be dungeon entrances that are more linked to the Fae, like the ancient, the old woods, the woods of old, the enchanted forest, whatever you want to call it. And I think it's coming. The models exist. They have to exist at this point because we've seen a lot of their 3D models already. It's there. The stuff has been made. I think they're waiting to release some of it, but there's definitely stuff there. Now, in terms of the devs confirmed, it's going to be the same wipe as last time with the world. I would agree with that. So for those of you who are just, coming back to PAX Dei, or you're just now learning about it, currently each home valley province has 6 different home valleys that you can go into. That's, I think, turning into 9. So each province is getting 3 additional home valleys. And part of that is it's going to be kind of breaking into the wilderness areas. So like the wildlands, the Innis Gallia wildlands is going to get a little bit smaller in some areas, but also they're just splitting some of these home valleys as well. So we are getting 3 additional areas in each of the home valley provinces. And what that means is that each home valley needs to have certain numbers of resources, certain numbers of things. So the lay of the land might change pretty drastically in some of the areas, like the map generation might be different, or at least the resource distribution is going to be different in those spaces. So that is something that is going to change, and it's going to change pretty drastically, I think. Because of that, because the map is going to be inherently different and they're probably regenerating some of the map, the topographies are going to be different, which just like this the most recent wipe, it was changed because they were changing the height map. Don't get me started on the height map. I think it was good where it was, and it made for a lot more epic views with higher peaks and sharper cliffs. But whatever, they'll probably change it multiple times still as they continue with development. I really liked having the higher peaks, but people complain too much about falling and dying too quickly. Who cares? I'm fine with dying quickly if it means we get a really epic sight, but that's my own opinion. That being said, though, because the additional home valley areas are getting added to each of the maps, then they are going to have to wipe all of the current builds. Now, there is also a question, and the devs have also mentioned, Thiessen, that they might go further than just wiping the plots. One of the worst things that I think happened to Pax Dei in terms of a player population standpoint was actually that they had the L file. They needed to test it. They needed to test the L file and how it works so that when plots do have subscriptions, when your subscription runs out and you don't renew, all of your stuff that's on your plot gets taken down and put into your L file so that you can come back when you start that, up again. You'll still have a plot. You'll still have all the materials that were on your plot, but now it's away in your L file instead. So that is how that particular system, I think, is supposed to work. But we did need to test it. They needed to get mass testing done on it, and that was why we were, doing that kind of testing. Now, I think it was really bad for the player population because why? Well, everyone took all of the resources that they had in their previous wipe from Proving Grounds and from the launch of Early Access, and they had all of those materials already in their, inventories, and they basically came into the game, and guess what? This is a callback to our first conversation on player population. They had a giant L file with all of the materials that they could ever need, and they came in and they experienced the game for about a month because they basically were fast-tracked on everything that, they needed. So they came in, they built massive structures that, up until that point took them 6 months of resource gathering to get, but they basically started the game with 6 months worth of resources in their inventory, and they just went for it. Skills weren't wiped, inventories weren't wiped, new armor wasn't wiped. We did have like the pickaxes and the normal wood chopping axes got downgraded from steel to wrought iron, but nevertheless, we did it. And we came back with pretty much everything. There was no loss. There was no loss of anything that we had. That made it, all the rose hip disappeared though, for sure. But that's kind of one of the things that needs to be considered here is when everyone came back, they were able to play the game like a normal survival game where they were given a massive cheat code and all the resources that they could ever want. They went and did all of that, and then they said, well, what do I do now? Like they already did everything. Before that, they had to take 6 months to gather all of those resources to do, and then they were given all of those resources instantaneously. Of course, they're going to go and place everything and do all that, they want to do in a shorter time period, which then results in people not having much to do or having the perception that there's not much to do. They kind of burn themselves out really, really quickly. And that I think is, part of the problem with the L file and how we tested it was it kind of didn't give people a reason to log in and do much. Just kind of, you came in,
and then you left. That's why population disappeared. But we did need to test it. So what I'm hoping for in this next wipe, and again, this is my own, thoughts on the matter. Doesn't mean that they're accurate. It doesn't, I don't know. But this is just my take on what's going to happen for this wipe. I hope we don't get any of our resources. And at the very least, my ideal scenario here is that we do get a full skill wipe as well. So a complete wipe, a total wipe. Now this is a hot topic, and I know people are going to disagree with me on that, and that's fine. But here are my reasons for it. My reasons for the need for a full-blown, complete and total wipe. What a cool little aqueduct here, or archway. You don't see those pretty much anywhere else, but Nonez does have them. It makes you wonder what was going on in Nonez over on this little lake archipelago thing over there. It is unique. It has been placed there intentionally, y'all. It is unique. But either way, I'm digressing again. I hope that there is actually a full wipe. And the reason for it is because if Pax Dei is still coming out in 2025, like the developers have claimed it is, then this is really kind of their last opportunity to be able to test leveling and progression before the game is released. So this is really their last time to know how players are going to initially experience the leveling path for disciplines and for everything, really. And I think that they should take advantage of that so that they can get all of the feedback that players can give so that the initial experience on release is as good as it can be. That is obviously my hot take on it, but I do think it is critically important if they are looking to get more information on leveling, that they should do a full wipe. In addition, this will also help the population in some ways. It will definitely hurt the population in others. Where it'll help is it gives players stuff to do, which players obviously are looking for stuff to do all the time, but it's kind of artificially doing that. It's not adding new content. It's just taking old content and, telling players you have to go do it again. You have to go spend those hundreds of hours on blacksmithing. But at the end of the day, if you've done it and you don't want to do it again, that's fine. Someone else will go and do it. And you don't have to have that experience. It's only going to be a couple more months. It's like at most, we're for April right now. We're at the end of April. There's only going to be, 7 more months in the year. Pax Dei comes out in 7 months or less if they're still on their same timeline. And, if assuming that they stay on that timeline, it is like that's... the game is going to get wiped before they release it. Like when release happens, everyone's starting at ground zero. We know that's true. So your stuff, everything that you're doing right now, will go into a trash can eventually. The question now as players is, do we want to give them additional feedback? Do they want additional feedback on everything with leveling and everything that's going on? Do they want that feedback now versus after they release the game? My opinion is that, again, assuming that they are going to have their initial release come out in 2025, like they say, assuming that that's what is going to happen, then yeah, I do think that they need to do a full wipe so that they can get that final feedback so that they know when they launch that they're in a good place. The last thing that they want to do is launch this game and be like, hey, everyone, we're never going to do a wipe again. They launch, and then the leveling experience is so bad that they end up, players end up leaving or there's an exploit with the leveling pathways, and it could have been something that they caught, but they didn't test it again, and they didn't get that feedback, so they missed it, and that's a problem. That's bad. That's not good, right? So, I do think that there is a more extensive wipe coming. Stefan, I hate to break it. We leave in 3 minutes. I hate to break it to you, but they do need to wipe. They do need to wipe before the game comes out. And they've said that they plan to wipe before the game comes out. And the reason for that is everyone needs to start at the same point. And if they don't, there's a lot of PvP dynamics that are going to be getting added to the game. And with those PvP dynamics, you cannot have the unbalanced addition of some players with a lot, like stockpiled, a year's worth of stockpiled goods. And I think it doesn't work. The players who want to do PvP, the players who even want to do high-end content in like dungeons or something like that, they're all going to be superseded by players who have been playing the game like we have. If they don't wipe, then that, I think, will get in the way. In terms of what warrants testing, I think there have been many actual pacing changes that have happened to Pax Day and crafting since the Proving Grounds update, since early access, and a majority of players who are currently playing the game have not experienced that in its entirety. So I do think that there is some justification for that, but we know that in verse 3 they're changing itemization, they're changing a lot of those things. I think crafting might be one of the things that they're changing as well, which would actually warrant that. So that's that. Nightingale, do you really think that they're going to go 1.0 in 2025? Yes. I mean, I think they kind of have to. At some point, you kind of just have to release your game and say, we've done the best we can, and we need money to continue. And I don't necessarily think that they're at that point either. But, okay, we're going to be heading to our dens next. Heading to our dens next. Here we go. Sally forth. Let's make sure we go the right direction, though. There we go. Yep, here we go. We're good to go. Sally. Away we go. So I think their opportunities to wipe are, that window is slowly getting, or very rapidly getting, smaller and smaller. And my reasoning for it is, if you do a full wipe too close to release, then you're going to burn players out. You're like, nobody's going to level stuff up when they know in a month the game is coming out in full release. They're not going to come in and test unless you give them some kind of expedited way to level up, but then you're missing out on the whole level path feedback that you could be getting. And that's why I think there is a benefit to actually, having the wipe sooner so that they can get the feedback, but it's not going to burn players out. If the game comes out in November, then that gives us 6 more months, a half a year basically, to grind things out for them and give them feedback, give them, whatever testing they're looking for from a fresh start. That, I think, is the reason for why a full wipe or a near full wipe is coming is mostly just because the timing doesn't make sense to do a full wipe right next to a full release, because basically people are just going to say, well, if like I'll just wait a month and then I'll just do it for real next time. With 6 months out, people are going to be thinking like, well, I still want to play. I want to, know how all this stuff works. I know for the Golden Company, we're running rehearsal runs. We're going through it and making sure that we have our launch strategies in lock and key and know what we're doing and are organized. I mean, that's just us, but it is something that gives us the opportunity to do it now more than ever. And I think that is important. Yeah. So I do think that, I do think that for Pax Dei in its current state, there's several things that need to be done before they can release it. And maybe now is a good time to talk about what release looks like and what features are there and development timelines, because that also pieces into subscriptions and monetization, which we know that they will have some kind of subscription. I do think that they're also going to have a cosmetic shop. Maybe we should touch on that before we go anywhere. I think every game, just by the nature, they're leaving money on the table if they don't have a cosmetic shop. The difference is that when you have a cosmetic shop and you're a free to play or a buy to play game, then that shop is your primary source of income, as opposed to if you're earning a subscription and you just happen to have a cosmetic shop that people can buy stuff from, then that's just, top line money. That's just money that you're making on top of everything else. Your subscription is covering your operation costs, it's covering, the cost of your developers and all of that. And then your everything else that's on top of that is just pure profit. So your investors are happy. Mainframe has investors. They want to see a return, and it is important to do that. And they also need to be able to reinvest in the game to build additional new systems that just maintaining current staffing and all of that wouldn't be able to do. Mainframe does want to stay a lean team. I think they've mentioned that before on professional capacities, like at developer conferences or on LinkedIn posts, where they specifically have said they don't want to become a super huge, megalithic team with, hundreds and hundreds of developers all working on this. They want to stay relatively lean and build the game of their dreams without having to compromise in terms of quality by just bringing in quantity for it. So that's what that is. But yeah, in terms of getting materials back or something like that for a wipe, I think the best thing that they could do is not give us everything that we have back. Also with skill, I'm a level 40 armor smith. I was a level 40 armor smith. I've been a level 40 armor smith since the first month of early access. Like, I was one of the first level 40 blacksmiths probably on Nyx, or on our server. I mean, well, at the beginning it was Danu and now it's Nyx, but I have been at this point for a very, very, very long time. I don't know what it's like to level up. I have other people who have started doing armor smithing and finished doing armor smithing over that course of time, and they have a better picture of what leveling up in the current leveling up environment is. But it takes a lot of time. You spend like probably several hundred hours to get to level 40 if it's just yourself. And that's nothing to scoff at. Like that's a big deal. And I don't think the developers want to trash can people's leveling strategies or anything like that by doing a wipe. But because it takes so long to do, if they want to get any kind of feedback, they do need to do it sooner rather than later to get that final feedback, so that when they release the game, they don't have an opportunity to wipe after they release. After they release, everything's set in stone, skill progression at least up to level 40, unless they go higher than level 40 for release. Like, skill progression is what it is. They can only change the future of skill progression. They can't go back in time and change how fast or how slow people do things. And if they're going to lose a lot of players that come back to play the game because leveling is too hard or too hardcore, or it doesn't communicate as well as it could for certain things, then yeah, I think there will be a problem, and they do need to get that feedback. So I do think the redemption queue needs to be wiped with this wipe. That's my hot take. If skills don't wipe, that's fine. I'm okay with that, but I do think redemption queue needs to absolutely be deleted. Because players come in, they're going to experience the game for like 2 weeks. You're going to see a spike of players. They're going to burn themselves out. They're going to rebuild their mansions in the exact same spot that they were in before, which isn't a simulation of how the game is going to exist. When here's my big thing, right? And this is an important thing to think about. When we had the last wipe, what happened in that wipe? We all had an L file. Everyone already had the stone and wood to make a hammer, or they had a hammer just generically, but you still have to go get a stone and hammer because you couldn't redeem until you had a plot down. You couldn't put a plot down until you had a hammer. So you still had to go and get that one piece of stone and that one piece of wood. Once you did it, though, you could place 30 plots if you wanted to. You could place 30 plots wherever the hell you wanted, just completely saturate and pepper an area, and then you could just go and access all of the building materials that you would ever need. All of those building materials would be accessible to you from the rip. And what happened is you had situations where the zone itself would not support that level of build from players, right? Y'all have seen the Golden City. That thing requires probably millions of resources at this point to build with how big the scale is. It is huge. Just this build that we're walking by right now, which is pretty cool. I like the little tower thing. Even this build requires a lot of materials. You would spend probably days, if not weeks, to gather all of this. These walls in and of themselves require bricks, and bricks take time to make. There are so many time gates that exist in this game, and we were able to just completely circumnavigate them, right? And when a time gate exists, if you're waiting for more bricks to cook and you only have, one brick kiln, it's going to take you a month to get enough bricks to do that. So then while you're waiting for the month to get that stuff cooked, what are you doing? What are you doing with your time? You're going and doing other parts of the game, other bits of content. You're going and hitting a dungeon. You're going and exploring the world. You're going and PvP. You're going and doing other things. That's why those time sinks exist. It's what the developers called early on. They called it appointment play. In other words, there are things that take certain amounts of time. It takes 2 hours to go and smelt pure iron. So then you're going to go and do something for 2 hours while that pure iron is smelting. That's what it is. Roof. I'm just going to call you Roof. We just had a conversation about how I can't pronounce names. But has combat been updated? It has been. It's getting a major update in verse 3 that's coming out in the next month and a half. They're adding... So right now, combat has 2 different abilities. If you have a shield on, you have your special ability like this, and then you have the shield bash, right? They're adding 3 weapon abilities now. So when the new verse comes out, there's going to be 3 weapon abilities. Some other things that have changed in this version of Pax Dei, so since the market stalls update, is that you can actually cancel your attacks. So I'm canceling my attack right now. So there's actually something that you can cancel different attacks in a chain. They've modified blocking a little bit. You can't run while blocking. And they've done some pretty solid changes. I think they need to add a little bit more interplay with some stuff. Like, give me a reason to actually feint someone in PvP, for example. Give a little bit more skill into fighting NPCs. Some of the biggest feedback was when you're fighting an NPC, you just left click and they die eventually. You could obviously use an ability to make them die faster, but whatever. In verse 3, they're going to be adding over 15 new spells to the game. They're adding the additional abilities to each weapon. So each weapon has 3 abilities. You, I think, use them on Q, E, and R are the default key presses, is what they've said. So there is stuff that's coming in. In addition to that, they're adding a new weapon type. We're getting staves. So and the first staff that we're getting is a healing staff. So that's going to be interesting. They also are changing how armor works. There's going to be bigger differentiation between light, cloth armor, leather armor, and plate armor, as well as most likely mail as well. They haven't shared exactly what those differences are going to be yet, but they are saying that now we're going to start getting more specific character archetypes and character builds coming into the game. Part of that is because of obviously the new skills that are being added, or the new spells, I mean, but part of that is also going to be because current armor is going to be getting completely retrofitted. Itemization is going to be completely different. I say a month and a half. You think they're releasing it all at once? I think it's going to be a larger initial update for it. I think verse 3 is going to have a relatively large amount of stuff coming out. I think just looking at Pax Day and Mainframe's development cycle, I don't know if they're going to release everything everywhere all at once, though. That is entirely its own thing, which is important to note. It's entirely possible that verse 3 is going to have multiple parts and we don't get everything at the same time, but there are certain things that we do have to get at the same time. Those primarily being, like, when the verse launches, you have to have there's no doubt about it, you have to have if you're having a wipe, everything's disappearing, then any skill changes to weapons or to armor, that's going to have to change. The reason why I think we're getting an L file wipe as well is because if armor is changing inherently, then like all of these items are going to have to physically change, like in the database. So why would they spend all of that time to connect the dots between, oh, this piece of armor now equals this piece of armor. This piece of armor doesn't actually have an equivalent anymore, and do all of that. I think that's why they're just going to wipe it, and remove all the current items and stuff that exist and replace it with new sets of items with new features and new everything. I do think that a lot of those changes have to come all at once. You can't release the game with a wipe and then a month later come out with a new, all of the new weapon abilities, all the new spells, and then a month later come out with the new armor. Like it doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't mean that they can't do it, but it doesn't make sense to me that they would stagger some of those release pathways to do all of that. And then also we know that the Petra Days are going to have a little bit more starter friendly area where the immediate area around the Petra Day is going to have a crafting stations and all of that, not owned by players, but just around the Petra Day. So that should also help reduce a lot of the problems that players have faced when it comes to how things are built. And at the very beginning of the game, this classic survival mentality. People come in, they drop their plot immediately, then you get 60 carbon copies of the same crafting benches all distributed across the same area, which unironically players don't understand that even another player's crafting bench, if it's on their plot, you can still use it. They're crafting benches. You can use anyone's crafting bench. There's nothing in the game right now that's stopping you from using someone's crafting bench. So you don't actually even, right now, you don't even need to. If one player has built all the crafting stations near the starting area, then every player can technically do it. You just don't have any storage to go and place stuff somewhere. So it would be interesting. I think they have mentioned that the Petra Day is going to have maybe some base storage so you can kind of stow stuff away while you're still getting started. I think that's a good move by Mainframe. Like, they shouldn't just incentivize players. Like, where you place your plot down is actually really important. That determines your gameplay experience for the foreseeable future. They shouldn't be incentivizing players when they come into the game to just immediately drop their plot where they stand and like just go for it from there. It's a bad incentivization structure because players are going to do that. They're going to go and just place, and then their experience is going to be diminished because they didn't place it near good resources. They didn't place it. There's a really cool Viking style home here, but that's the kind of problems that they need to avoid. So the best way to do that is to not pressure players into feeling like they have to place their plots immediately when they come into the game, and they can be more strategic and think about how they are developing their builds before they actually finish building them, or get to a point where they can start thinking about those types of things. So yeah, that's kind of my take on that. Do I think verse 3 is going to be a full wipe? I think that verse 3 is going to be a 2/3 wipe at the very least. I think they're going to get rid of all of our items, and I think they're going to get rid of all of our buildings at the very least. There is the potential that they also get rid of our skill, and we're going to have to re-level. So, don't want anyone to be disillusioned. There's anything is possible in early access. They can do whatever they want, and they should do whatever they want, as long as they're collecting the data, right? So if they do a full wipe, I hope they're collecting the data for that full wipe. If they do a full wipe and it's all for nothing and they get nothing, no benefit from it, and we just have to go and level a bunch of crap up and they don't actually get any key takeaways from it, then don't do that. Like, please do not do that, because it's a lot of effort for players to go and level up. So, there is that component, right? But that, in addition to eventually having plot subscription models, I think that's going to be really important. I think that's going to be a big thing for Pax Day. Is a lot of these builds that are like unfinished or not built, they're going to go away because players are going to cancel their subscriptions, and then this stuff is all going to be transported into their L file so that when they do decide to come back, if they do come back, they have access to all their progress. They don't get set back to 0. That's going to be huge. That's going to solve a lot of problems. It's going to solve crap like this, where you have someone's plot that's just sitting out in the middle of nowhere and there's a bunch of boxes there. Like, that's going to fix that problem. Beggar's decorated chest, that's going to disappear. Because they're not going to, why are you paying $15 a month to have that plot continue to exist? You can stop paying the $15 a month. All of the stuff that's in that plot gets teleported into your L file. And then when you do want to come back and start paying again, you still get your plot back and you can go place it somewhere, and then you get all those resources back. That's the benefit. That's the real benefit to it. So my dog has a squeaky toy and he is chilling right here. So sorry if you hear the squeaking. Yeah, it's a fun one. Path of the Adventure seems to be the winning name for verse 3. So yeah, it might be worth actually talking about the names, right? Because that might actually hint as to the type of stuff that we can expect. Oh, I ran into something. You know what that means? We're up in that counter to 3 now. So we have Adventurer's Guide, armor and weapons, arsenal, path of the adventure, and player's companion. Okay, so there's a lot to break down in names, right? Like they provided us these names, which mean all of these names are technically applicable. That kind of hints as to what type of content might be coming in this. So, Adventurer's Guide. What could an Adventurer's Guide mean? It clearly is not going to be an NPC that comes in and guides us. But what is an Adventurer's Guide? Technically, that would have been a compass, is an Adventurer's Guide, right? And we already have a compass. I just turned it off. The compass does exist already, though. So they're not going to call it the Adventurer's Guide when there's no no compass. So something else is coming into the game that would qualify as an Adventurer's Guide, to the point where they are willing to name the entire verse after that thing. Next up, we have two things that do make sense, right? Armor and weapons, and arsenal. Well, armor and weapons, we know that they're redoing armor and that they're going to have more specific roles and more specific tie-ins. We know that there's going to be 15 additional spells. Spells typically show up on armor, so makes sense that armor's on there. And weapons, we know that they're adding staves. We know that they're adding additional abilities to said staves. So there is some, key aspects there. Let's come here and say we have 3 minutes until we proceed. So then we have arsenal. Arsenal, again, makes sense. It's a tie-in to how armor and weapons, again, is a major part of this. But then we have Path of the Adventure, which is the one that most people are winning right now. I think I have the statistics right here. 52% of players say Path of the Adventure is what it should be called. But then lastly, we have Player's Companion. Now, on the roadmap, we know that mounts are something that's on there. So does that mean that mounts are coming in verse 3 and they just aren't coming at the release of verse 3? That would be huge, because then that pretty much, like, we get a new verse every 3 to 5 months, 3 to 4 months. So then that means by August of this year, we're going to have mounts. That's huge. That's a really big thing. I don't know how else you could call it Player's Companion. The only other way that you could call it Player's Companion is you have like tameable creatures, like other than mounts. So like we could tame badgers and wolves or something. Like, is there something to do with taming that's coming in? That's obviously a really solid question that's worth asking, right? So that's something, taming boars. I'm sure Pin, you would love that. If Tapio was here, I'm sure Tapio would love that too. Goats, so you can make cheese. Yeah, you can tame the goat. Is that why we're potentially calling it a Player's Companion? So there's a lot to do with different things like that, right? So it just makes me wonder, like, what is Adventurer's Guide? What is the Player's Companion? And what's the Path of the Adventure? Like, what does Path of the Adventure mean? To me, that seems like, Ray, thank you for subbing over on YouTube. Yeah, for anyone who's wondering, if you're watching on Twitch, we're also on YouTube. You can check out the link to our channel down below. And then I think if you're on YouTube, you can go and check out our Twitch. It's just twitch.tv/Eltarii. But either way, we're on both. So if you're seeing chats and you don't see them in the actual chat, that's because we're dual streaming. We're on both YouTube and on Twitch. YouTube is where all of our content typically goes. We do a lot of asynchronous content, YouTube videos. We have the PAX Friday review. One just came out today. We do a lot of stuff. We have lore breakdown videos. In the past, we've done a lot of farming videos as well, showing how to go get certain things that players want to get. We stopped doing that because the locations kept on changing. So there was like, why we're not going to do that if the location keeps on changing. until it's more static. But either way, I do think Path of the Adventure is an interesting one as well. I think that might be tied into the lore. Like we're following the path of an adventurer. So maybe there's more lore that's getting added and we can kind of follow that path. We have a lot of lore that we've been getting recently, so that would maybe make sense. Let's do leaving in 30 seconds. So I think there's a lot of stuff that could be coming with verse 3. I mean, Path of the Adventure sounds cool. Arsenal, to me, I feel should be the winner. I haven't voted. I feel like Arsenal sounds cool. It's the Arsenal update. I mean, we had Proving Grounds. That was kind of cool. Then we had Market Stalls. Everyone was like, is that all that came in? But then the irony is that the Market Stalls verse 2 also saw Grace coming into the game. Maybe we should have had Grace in the name at some point too. So I think, yeah, that one missed opportunity. But then, yeah, Path of the Adventure. That's we are going to the Carries portal gate. See you there. Head out. All right, so next we're going to be we're at Ardennes. We're going to be going up to the gate right here in Carries. Or going to Carries. In order to do that, we do have to navigate some potentially hilly terrain here, but really all you have to do is go down to this road and then follow the appropriate path. And not go crazy. So Arsenal reminds me of a soccer team. Yes, but not that. We're not the soccer team here. But I just like it because I don't know. I feel like it. There's a lot of changes coming with weapons and stuff like that. I might die here if I perfect. Someone else might die here. Oh, nice. Black Wolf survived. But I do think it just kind of shares with players coming back, like Arsenal. Oh, they made improvements to my armor and weapons and skills. Like that's going to be a pretty sizable chunk of the improvements that are coming to the game are going to be all those changes with skills, all those changes with weapons, all those changes with armor. So I do think it is pretty signatory of that. Path of the Adventure doesn't really, say, hey, by the way, a lot of combat changes have been made, which again, a lot of the major criticism for Pax Dei when it first came into early access was combat systems being where they're at. And people did want to see, those changes improved upon. So missing an opportunity to share that, maybe it's a missed opportunity. I don't know. I think Arsenal would have been a better choice. That's just my own 2 cents. But hey, the people have spoken, and it looks like Path of the Adventure is going to win. By and far. 630 votes. The next highest is Arsenal at just one under 200. So it's probably going to win. Also, most people look to not really care too passionately about it one way or the other, because we only have 1,200 votes in total and 5 days left to place your vote. So if you haven't done so, go over to the Play Pax Day, not Play Pax Day, the official Discord, and make sure you vote so that you get your voice heard. Path of the Adventure sounds more epic. I would agree. Path of the Adventure sounds more epic. I'm just saying maybe it could communicate things a little bit better. My common criticism for the game right now is mixed signals, right? Are we a survival game? Are we not a survival game? Like what is Pax Dei? And a lot of the initial words that were spoken about very big figures in Pax Dei, and not big figures in Pax Day, but big figures that were playing Pax Day, was that this was a survival sandbox MMO. And it's not. And then people came into it thinking that it was, and then they left and they complained about it. And then people that would have come into the game and enjoyed it because it's an MMO, social sandbox MMO, chose not to, because the overwhelming, resounding general opinion told by the giant squawk boxes that be all say it's bad game, not good survival game, meh. And that particular thought process, those players hear that and say, oh, I'm just not going to waste my time. I'm not going to buy it and find out for myself. So-and-so who plays a lot of MMOs, he says it's not good, but he also says it's a survival game. And if he says it's a bad survival game, then I'm not going to like it, so I'm not going to play it. I think that actually hurt the game a lot. And it was all a little bit because of mixed signaling. People didn't understand what the game was when it was first coming out, and they thought it was just a survival sandbox MMO. And it ain't. We are not a survival game. So, yeah. I think it's just one of those classic opportunities that Pax Day just likes to not take advantage of, where we could communicate to people, of the people who came and played the game. A lot of their commentary initially was like, hey, weapons suck, combat sucks, I don't like left clicking, I don't like it at all. Well, verse 3 is that, another step in the direction for combat. And Osric, who we've had on this channel and we've interviewed with him in the past, has said that he's not happy with combat. They're constantly progressing on it. They have new things that they're adding to it all the time. And you have to understand that Pax Day's combat has technical limitations as well. There's pretty big technical limitations. Imagine having to have intricate combat in the same area as the Golden City, or the same area as Ravenhall, or the same area as like Elkwood, or like all of these, or Sanctuary for that matter. These really large areas that have a lot of structures in them, individually placed, structures, and then having a server that needs to have a sustainable tick rate, have to update when there's 150 players on a given instance, and having to track those 150 players and do it well. Like that's hard. That's not easy. So whenever they make changes to combat, like they obviously if they could get a really great feeling combat system, which in some ways like New World had some of that, but the problem is that if you have spaghetti code like New World also had, then you could have these really big gaps in combat. So in small scale fights, combat's really great, but then when you get to these larger scale fights, 50v50, or eventually they had to tone it down to 40v40 because their servers couldn't handle it, things start falling through the gaps. And Pax Day is solving some huge technical problems. I mean, look at this, y'all. That is someone's build on top of a mountain, at least 30 minutes walking distance from here. And I can see it. And if I wanted to, I could go into Flycam and go all the way over there and see every last piece of detail with the building pieces. Like, the server has to handle a lot. So then when Ostrich is coming up and the whole mainframe team is coming up with combat, they're not just coming up with combat. They're coming up with combat that their servers can actually handle, while also handling all of the other services that they're handling, like telling players where to draw the giant cities that we've built, with the intricately placed wood posts into the ground that can then make it look like you have this really cool tile pattern on your stone. Like, their server has to handle that and also handle combat at the same time. It's not impossible, but anytime that they make any of these changes, they have to think of it in the whole scope of things and not just myopically on one specific, type of thing. So that's why it takes time. And they're making progress on it. So by naming like it arsenal, or by naming it weapons and armor or something like that, it does give people the cue, oh, something's changed, something's updated. And I do think it's pretty sizable to have an update where all of the armor types now have importance, or they're starting to move in the direction of like just wearing. I mean, I haven't worn plate armor for about 5 months now. I wore it like a day or two ago for doing a farm where I'm doing a solo farm of a very particular pig, because people are willing to pay for that relic, and it's kind of something fun to go and do in a challenge because I'm solo farming it in a dungeon. But most of the time, like especially with larger groups, if you have 6 players, those 6 players don't need to be wearing plate armor to go and do a big dungeon. Maybe 1 or 2 of them do if they're tanks, and if you're playing, you're actually playing the threat generation game that does exist already in Pax Dei. If you're playing that and you're playing it well, then you only need 1 character with plate armor, really, in essence. And then you just need a bunch of other players that have this nice little breath of joy or breath of balance ability that just healed me for 50 stamina. And it cost me 0 stamina to do, and I could target someone else with that as well. That ability is quite useful, and it's something that should be used by players, but it's just not, because there's no specific need to do that when you have plate armor and everyone can just go and left click. Though I do also say, go to the other side. We leave in 5. Look at that. Rhymes. So, yeah. That's kind of my thoughts. My thoughts on that. I think having significant changes to something, you do want to advertise it, because a lot of people who stopped playing because those changes weren't implemented yet. So by having them implemented, I think that'll be a pretty big positive change for players, and possibly enough of an incentive for them to come back. And the important thing to note here is that they don't need people to come back right now. They need people to come in and give them feedback, but they don't need players to come back. The player population is fine where it's at. They're getting the feedback that they need from the player population, so that when they make changes, they're not just listening to an echo chamber of people saying, yes, everything's fine, like nothing's wrong, and that's what it is. They're getting actual feedback, and that's important. That's important for them to get. So as long as they have more than 200 players playing the game every week and giving them feedback, they should be okay. There we go. We got our fast travel location, and we'll come back over. We only have 1 more to go in this Gallia, and then we're gonna head up to Mary to do the next round. I know the stream is going to be going until about 2.5 more hours. So we're almost at the halfway point. Hopefully everyone's having a fun time and you guys are enjoying this conversation. Like I said earlier, it is my wife's birthday today, and we're going to go do some stuff. So I'm really threading the needle here in some ways, I think. But no, we have a really fun plan. We're going on a picnic. And it's going to be very fun. We're going to take our dog as well. I will probably not be wearing a tie or this wonderful sweater vest that is par of the course for the office, as it were. But yeah, so I think I think with this verse, we are going to get a lot of stuff changing at the very beginning, and then we might get some additional stuff coming as it progresses. Yes, I'll let her know y'all say happy birthday. I'm sure she'll love that. But yeah, I think it's going to be great to see how some of the items change as well. If mounts are truly coming as one of the parts of verse 3, that's going to be huge. Imagine us doing all of this. I mean, the irony. Okay, so I was thinking about this. So we're doing this Great Gallian crawl, right? As an event to go and unlock all of these locations, which we've done pretty much all of Innis Gallia. We'll probably do most of Mary, and then we'll do another one of these in like a week or two, is what I'm thinking. And we'll come and stream it as well. Having a blast. Happy birthday to Mrs. Eltarii. Thanks. Like, the irony is that we're going to have to go and do this again after the wipe. But the reason why we're doing it regardless is because the Golden City does dungeon runs 3 times a week, public dungeon runs. Everyone does dungeon runs everywhere else. We are heading to Ura via Aris. Or maybe I should say this. We are heading to Aris and then Ura right after. Leaving in 30. Okay, so we it would be so cool if we got horses. And the only reason I'm thinking that is even a possibility is because it says Player's Companion in the name. Like, we have the opportunity for Player's Companion. Could you imagine how wild people would get if like we were like if the name said horses in it for verse 3, like the horse update? You'd get a lot of people coming back. So I don't know. I Player's Companion might be some other feature or something like that. Let's head out. So I do believe that there's a possibility, though I think it is unlikely. Horses are gonna just change how the game functions at an intrinsic level in some way. We already have fast travel, but I think the difference with horses, one, at some point we're going to probably have horse breeding, and horse speeds with like marginal increases to speed will be there. But where they've mentioned horses will be big in the future is like you're not going much faster on a horse. It's that when you sprint or when you're moving fast, you have more stamina to move fast. And I think that's kind of the difference. And also part of the thing that, makes me excited for it is it's not going to reduce the benefits of running. I like running around in Pax Dei because, one, the game's beautiful, but two, when you're running around right now, there's not like hidden secrets and little lore tidbits scattered around the world. The book system isn't in the game, for example. But in the future, going to each one of these POIs might uncover new things that didn't exist before, might have new context for us to understand and learn. So I think with that, it walking around is going to have its benefits because you're going to just happen into these things rather than if you're on a horse and you're able to travel a little bit faster or you're just fast traveling, period. There's a lot more opportunity for you to come in collision with some of these lore tidbits. I mean, the thing that excites me most is like this area exists right here, correct? And it like, why does it exist right here? Why are we able to do what we are doing here? Is there a reason why the camps are here? We were going by Nonez earlier and you saw the aqueducts, and there's obviously a temple that's here and scattered ruins from maybe an old city that existed, and like, did a city exist here? Well, some of the lore that exists might share some of that, and then it might lead you on a little bit of an adventure. Like, you might be able to get a special type of magic that exists in the game from that specific area, and you wouldn't know that unless you one, just went there and happened to find it, or two, you read about it and it kind of led you on a journey to go there. And that's kind of why this channel exists in the first place. Why we made it was to solve some of those mysteries and bring a community together along the way as we try and solve them. And some of these are like going to be pretty big things to solve, right? They're going to be community-wide mysteries that multiple groups are going to be spending time trying to figure out. And then one day someone's going to be like, it's this thing. And then everyone's like, oh my God. And, now there's this giant flaming sword, the radiant sword of Phaonios that someone found in some stone off the beaten path in a forest somewhere. And now, one player's walking around with this artifact. Artifacts, people don't talk about artifacts enough. There is a thing that has been mentioned, a particular type of verbiage that exists that the developers have mentioned multiple times. And what that particular term is called an artifact. It, to me, sounds like it is a unique, kind of like a holy relic of sorts, a very unique thing that exists in the game, but only maybe one person can have access to. And there's many of these artifacts. One that was mentioned was like a grail of sorts, a holy grail of sorts. Maybe it's Loyos's, cup. It's a holy grail. I don't know what it is, but they've explicitly mentioned Holy Grail. They've also mentioned Excalibur as well. In passing, the devs have. So like, these are significant relics that they call artifacts. And that is definitely something that we as players are going to need to spend a lot of time, effort, and resources to go and find. And to go and make as well. I mean, it's already enough to go make a level 40 like Ruler's Pauldrons, level 45 craft, right? Imagine what the craft is going to be to make an Excalibur. That's going to be wild. It's going to be actually wild. It's going to be so fun to have to go and find those things. And then imagine, like, wars will be fought over possession of these things. You're going to have some player walking around with this super, awesome looking sword, and people will go and fight wars against that player and against that player's group because that's like a super powerful weapon that someone wants access to. Other things that have been mentioned, dragons exist in the game, but we don't know if you can kill it. We don't know if you know how to kill it. We don't know how to kill it. We don't even know if you can damage it. Like, those are questions. Are you supposed to be able to damage it? Is that... Oh, I just fat fingered a potion. That's unfortunate. Like, these are all the questions that we have to ask, right? So, yeah, it's exciting to see where that stuff is going. I think it'll also be pretty exciting to see, like, books and lore. There's a whole book system that's supposed to come into the... Everything just loaded into view. Oh, look, what's that over there? What's that little area right over there? What is that thing? What is that whole thing? Oh, that must be the Golden City. Yeah, computer literally regurgitated when all of that stuff had to come into view and get rendered. All right. Other topics that I wanted to talk about today. A fun one. A really fun one that I wanted to talk about. Knighthoods and PvP. We're going to talk Knighthoods and PvP. This one, not nearly as contentious of a topic as monetization, player population, stuff like that. Solid enough. But it is something worth talking about and kind of how I'm thinking they're shaping up. We know Knighthoods are coming, knights, soldiers. Let's talk about it. And Stefan, really quick, I did see your comment. Why not make a video talking about those concepts, something like the idea behind Pax Dei or what is Pax Dei all about, and talk about what the game wants players to do and expectations. Totally can do that. I would love to do that. That's actually a really great video idea, I think. The only thing I have to obviously worry about when I do something like that is telling players how to play a game, because if I do that, it's a little different than, you know, just us conversationally talking about it. If I say it, being a content creator that Mainframe has sponsored in the past, if I'm telling people to do it one way or the other, then they might think Mainframe is telling them how to do it one way or another, and then that can look bad on this channel. It could also look bad on Mainframe in general. So it's always like you want to make sure you're not stepping on anyone's toes or making someone upset or anything like that. I don't think that particular topic would, but it's always something I do think about for that. But PvP, Knighthood, soldiers. What is the current state of PvP? Chat. When is the last time you have engaged in the combats between players? When is the last time you have played or participated in PvP in Pax Dei? Honey says trash. Honey says trash. What about everyone else? I also know the last time Honey probably went and did PvP, because she paid thousands of gold to have me brutally murdered in our tournament of Golden Champions, which is actually, you can go and watch it, the tournament down in on our YouTube channel. It was posted. It's like a pretty solid breakdown. I try and do shoutcasting for each of the fights. I don't think I did a great job. The video didn't perform well, but again, I don't think many people are also searching for PvP in Pax Dei. One of the most successful, here's the irony, one of the most successful videos that we have had on our channel is actually the first PvP demo that we had, I think, all the way back in Alpha 1 or Alpha 2. So over a year, like almost 2 years ago, we had a featurette showing off PvP, and one of the Golden Company members wasn't a Golden Company member at the time, but his name is Dilly. Good old Dilly. And we had a full, he's pretty good at combat, or at least he was. But we did several different duels fighting each other, and kind of featured the initial take on what PvP looks like. It is significantly changed. If you go back and look at that video, it's gotten like over 22,000 views, I think. It's changed significantly from that point. Like, a lot. It has changed a lot. And it's only going to continue to change as the game continues to develop. But one of the best performing videos. So I always like, I get excited when it comes to PvP because people have the potential to really, really like it and want to like it in Pax Dei. But recently, not many people participate in it. Honey says it's trash. Nick says never participated in PvP. Many of the people who actually came to our PvP tournament, this was their first time going to it, because, for a lot of people, if you're in a smaller group, going to a PvP zone is quite a risky endeavor. If you get killed, you lose all of your stuff. For a solo player, that is a huge impact to, your gameplay. If it took you 20 hours to make all of your armor, and then all of a sudden you die and you lose all of your armor instantly, that's big impact on a single player. Not nearly as much if you're in a large group. So a lot of the players that came, this was like their first time really getting exposed to PvP. And they had a good time. They loved the tournament. They loved it. And the nice thing is that they were they had, I mean, let me put it this way. If we got attacked during that tournament, we would have been cremated. The reason for it is because knighthoods and soldiers don't exist yet. And why we would have been cremated, dead on arrival, is if there was a group that had mostly their own players all in a clan, then they can't damage each other. There's no friendly fire. Our group had a lot of players, there participating in the tournament, but we had 5 to 10 different clans represented. I think closer to 10. So if we started wailing on each other, look at all these people cheering over here. If we were wailing on people, like, that would just as much hurt us as it would hurt them. And that's why we would have been creamed if we did that. Yeah, we had Blood Brothers roll up on like you see it at the very beginning of the video. 3 minutes. You see it at the very beginning of the video. I kind of tease them showing up, and people are like, "Oh, damn!" And then people start zoning out immediately. They're like, "Oh, this is about to get nasty real quick." Knighthoods is going to change that. I think Knighthoods is going to be the start of an alliance system in game. So Knighthoods are different because you can, you can go out and be in different clans, but be in the same knighthood, is what it sounds like. We don't have this confirmed yet, but based on all of the information that I've been able to gather, this is kind of where it feels like it's going, is in that particular space. So, like, as a knight, you can join the Order of the Barefisters, which is the Golden Company's elite order of knights. That's putting a fist to the bears, by the way. Get your mind out of the gutters, you sickos. No, but for a knighthood, you could be in the knighthood but not be in the Golden Company. You can be in the knighthood but not be in the Golden City. You can be in the knighthood and be around. And eventually, those knighthoods, if they get big enough, they will also be able to grow into baronies. And baronies are combinations of multiple knighthoods, and then eventually, if you get enough baronies together, you have a kingdom. Maybe that's systematized. Maybe that's just what we call it when things get a certain size. Who knows? But yeah, it's gonna change intrinsically how we play the game when that comes in. And then soldiers. So here's an interesting thing. I think there's going to be a grace requirement for knighthoods. There's going to be a benefit for being in a knighthood, but you're going to have a grace requirement. And I think there's going to be this exchange between knighthoods and priests, or players who focus on building up grace. And there's going to be alternative ways to earn grace by being a priest. Maybe there's an efficiency coefficient to it, like the better you are at doing grace activities, the better the exchange rates are, or something like that. But I think knights and priests are going to be connected in some way, shape, or form, like the grace system and knighthoods, where in order to, knight someone, you have to spend a lot of grace in order to make them a knight. And then once they're a knight, they have their own kind of substack of an organization where they can bring on soldiers who are following that knight. And, if you want more soldiers, guess what? You have to get more grace in order to get those soldiers. And the only way you can get more grace is if you go and do more knighthood stuff and then use a priest to exchange that knighthood stuff for more grace, so that you can get more players, so that you can be knighthood or a barony or whatever. Leaving for Yura in 30 seconds. So that's really where a lot of that comes from. Is that? So it's going to be pretty interesting, pretty exciting, I think, to have that, because it's going to be a new way for players to collaborate together. And when we run something like that again, when we do another golden, a tournament of golden champions, that is going to play into that. Yura. I forgot to post in Yura. So that would be a very cool way to encourage a mix of knights, soldiers, and priests. I'm excited for this change. That's my opinion on it. Every system that they have, I feel like they want to interact with each other. So priests are very much so not PvP oriented. Like they're not a PvP organization, but having the PvP organization tie into PvE centric organization, like the priesthood and the knighthoods being able to work together, that's a pretty big collaboration, right? And it can lead to a lot of political conversations where you have really, and the priests can benefit from it too. Like maybe they're able to build their skill up, or they're able to acquire more grace, or they can charge gold so that they can exchange it for grace. I mean, I'm still waiting for the day where I get to come over here and press this button and then just offer 21,221,720 gold in one single go around to get that 240 grace. Definitely a waste of 21,221,720 gold, but hey, 21,220,720 gold well spent. We did it for the science. Maybe we'll do a donation run or something like that and try and get it done. Heading out. Away we go. What's the best way to go? Left. No, we'll go right. What is this? You all see this? Oh, that was hilarious. He was holding his hands up like this and then running. That was wild. That was actually wild. So the only reason I'm going this way is because you can go up this path. And also, you gotta walk by the Golden City. You can't just not. Look at that. Beautiful city. So nice. It's so hard to navigate while doing a camera, while running and trying to not increase that ticker from 3 to 4. Yes. Wonderful, wonderful city. Soon it will go poof and we'll have to build again. The next city is going to be quite the fun one. We've been planning it out. It's probably going to be pretty different from what you all are used to seeing. Probably going to be different. And people are going to love it. It's going to be more of what we love, and then some new stuff. Some new things. Whatever could it be? But yeah, very excited for Knighthoods. Very excited to potentially organize a Knighthood for players to get people, on board and PvP in. And I'm a little bit of a hardy when it comes to PvP. So we run drills, we run situational awareness. I believe that people talk about the sixth sense, but I like to think that the most untapped skill in gaming is game sense. And it's really not something difficult, right? It's not a difficult thing for players to have. It just requires you to turn your brain on 0.5% of the time. Like when we're playing games, most of the time we're like tuned out. Like we're half the time when I'm talking, I don't even know what I'm saying, right? Like, because you're just relaxing, you're chilling out, you're hanging out, you're doing whatever, you're having fun. That is obviously different if you're fighting in PvP. You need to think, but a lot of players don't. A lot of players don't think, and that's fine. But you lose what I call is game sense. And by not thinking, if you just think like, oh, if I do this thing, what is the most likely response to said thing? And it takes you like not that much time at all to think this. It's not hard work, but if you think it and you're like, oh, they're probably going to do this, and then you plan accordingly, your skill level just went from here to here for almost nothing. Like you didn't have to pay anything. There were no dues due in order to get that improvement. But your performance is going to be way better because you're just thinking 0.5 steps ahead of your opponent. Like not even a full step ahead. You're just thinking, their health is at this much. Maybe they're going to do something here. Or better yet, I'm attacking them like this, but then I'm looking behind and then attacking, and then I'm looking behind and then I'm attacking. I'm not changing how much time I'm spending attacking, but I am changing how much situational awareness I have in the game. I know that there's 12 people that are coming up behind me. That's important information to have because maybe I don't want to be there. Maybe I don't want to get those 12 people to come up behind me. Or maybe I know that I have 12 of my closest buddies that are coming up, and my goal is I might die, but if I can keep someone, locked down for 5 more seconds, then they will get killed and I'll just get picked up. And that's a lot easier problem to solve than trying to chase someone down and potentially dying anyways. So there's all these different thoughts that players can have, and I don't have all the answers, but I definitely do like drilling and practicing and, going through various scenarios and how to respond to them. And then getting better, incremental improvement every time we have an engagement. How do we do better the next time? How do we improve? How did this response end up, working in general? There have been games that we've played as, the Golden Company, where like you use a psychological trick and it works, and then other players like keep experiencing the same thing and they're like, I don't understand how they do it. I don't understand how they're getting this thing done. How are they every single time we attack them, they do the exact same thing. And they're like, we have better armor, we have more people, we do whatever. And it's like, yeah, but all you have to do is like, if we just can get you in a position where that armor or those numbers don't matter, then we can win. And all our goal isn't to kill you to begin with. Our goal is to get you to the point where we're able to survive getting hit by you more easily, so then we can kill you at a lower number of players. And we can survive. There's a lot of dying to figure out how to do that, but there have been games where we have figured out how to do that. And game sense is being able to go and take that and find out, how do I get someone into that position? How do I get them to compromise themselves in that way? How do I do that? How do we do that as a team? And that's where the fun comes in for me. That's why I'm excited for Knighthoods. I think Knighthoods are going to be so much fun. But obviously, for the Golden Company specifically, like, what are our practices in that? Well, I mean, we're protectors of the Golden City. We can't just go out there and just brutally murder everyone that we see. So the best we can do is, go out into the world, and if someone attacks us, we attack them back. Or alternatively, if there's like a massive conflict that's going on, I could definitely see us being approached by a group to help them. And if we help them, then our offering of help will also go to those who they're fighting. We don't want to gauge one way or the other. They don't have to accept our help if they don't want to, but we will offer it nonetheless. And I do think that just if the Golden Company is fighting on one side, then go and get the Golden Company to fight on your side too, and then we'll just fight each other in the middle. We'll do whatever we need to do. We'll fight each other in the middle for you. So you don't have to worry about us on the other side. We'll just go and duel each other. Like, that's literally what we do. We don't want to necessarily tip the scales in regional conflicts or something like that, and be super manipulative of things. We're trying to build the de facto capital for the server. We're trying to be a place where people can go to and sign the peace deal, right? That's what we're trying to do. But you obviously you can't be pushed around, and you have to, what is it? The big stick strategy. You walk, carry yourself like you're carrying a big stick, but, just because you're carrying a big stick doesn't mean you got to use the big stick. And that's why we're the way we are. I'm so tempted to make an alt to go see the city. I'm afraid my computer might burst into flames. 5.4 definitely helped a lot with performance issues. 5.5 is going to do even more on that. I don't know if 5.5 is coming with verse 3, but if it is, a lot of players are going to see drastic improvements to all areas of the game. But not only will they see that, but they'll be able to explore the Golden City, more importantly, because God knows that thing. Yeah. Honestly, there should be a shrine put up in the official game where Golden City 6 was, because Golden City 6 was probably, at the time, it was the most ambitious build that Pax Dei had seen. And in some ways, the city was definitively lagging players out. What ended up happening is we ended up discovering a memory leak that was occurring, and it was occurring server-wide. There were issues with chests and the number of chests that were loading in and the number of resources that were loading in. And it was something that you would have never been able to see unless a project like the Golden City was happening and you had that high density amount of players. I mean, our home valley was filled out. Nobody could place a new plot. It was impossible to place new plots. And everyone was just Golden City's too big. You guys need to tear it down. You guys suck. And what actually ended up happening is the developer was Mainframe, and more importantly, the publisher was coming to do some promotional content, and they wanted to use the city as the backdrop for it. It was for the Unreal Fest, I believe. And they wanted to use images of the Golden City. They ended up using it. They wanted to use images of the Golden City in order to use for this Unreal Fest demonstration on how server structures work on Pax Dei. It was a dev conference, so they're kind of sharing tech kind of stuff with it. But the publisher had their person come in. Their name was Scout, literally Scout, and came in to record, and he crashed when he was approaching the city. And he full on crashed, and he couldn't get back in the game. And this was a problem that a lot of players were having. 3 minutes, then we TP to the Lioness Gate, and we'll walk over to Mary from there. So the publisher was there and was like, what the heck? I cannot actually do my work. I cannot record for this promotional content. because I'm crashing and I can't get back into the game. So they went and talked to Mainframe about it. Mainframe was like, oops. And then they fixed the memory. They identified the memory leak and they fixed it. And then all of a sudden, everyone could log back into the Golden City. Everyone could log back in to where we were, which is Dolavan. And then all of a sudden, the Golden Company wasn't so bad. Why? Because if someone wanted to build a big city like that in the future, they wouldn't have been able to. If someone wanted to build just even everything that is in this area, like this is pretty dense right now, right? Now, back when early access just came out, this would have been unheard of. Like, not many people had this amount of stuff. But imagine all of this area, all of these materials were all condensed to basically here, like this little area right here. You know, that's a lot. I mean, look at all of this. Imagine if all of that was condensed to just like one place. That was the Golden City. We wouldn't have been able to have any of the other stuff that we did. We wouldn't have been able to have any of this if those memory leaks still exist. So it definitely helped them fix a lot of the issues that they otherwise would not have noticed in the game. TP to Lioness Gate now. See you there. All right, we're gonna head over to the Lioness. The reason why we're going to Lioness is because it cost 0 to travel there. Oh. There we go. So Petrobelli. Cost 0 to go to the Lioness Gate. That is not the same. It costs 30 to go to the Mary Gate. So, want to save people grace. We're saving grace. Not saving face, saving grace. I'm tired. Yo, I didn't sleep last night. I finished editing the PAX Friday review about 10 hours ago. We started the stream 3 hours ago. And then I was editing some other content until about 4 hours before the stream started. Woof. Woof. We'll give it 2 minutes. Then to Mary. Spawned in dead. Yikes. Look, there's a little strawberry on the ground. Let's see here. Tolati, first time I saw the trailer, I thought, wow, finally a game to replace New World. Then when I saw the gameplay, I was totally disappointed. Never thought it was a hardcore building game. PAX Day is not necessarily a hardcore building game. Building is just the most developed feature in PAX Day. If you look at PAX Day's core competencies, like what they're best at doing, right now, building is that thing, right? There's a lot of other systems that have yet to come into the game. There's a lot of other systems that are yet to come. We have like knighthoods, we have the religious system, we have libraries, books, we have guilds. And this is all in addition to clans. We have more dungeons. We have more combat upgrades. I mean, the next verse is bringing 3 new weapon abilities for each weapon, plus 15 additional spells. Armor is now going to start having differences between them. So using cloth armor versus leather armor versus plate armor, that's all going to have a difference. And hold on. Reminder that we are going to marry. Why is everyone going into the Lioness Gate? Are people dueling? Is that what's happening? But yeah, the a missing person report. Yeah, so building is just kind of the first step to everything else. You don't need to build. In fact, we're making the Golden City as a place where players don't even need to have a plot in order to play the game effectively. We provide all of the amenities and all of the ability to play the game. We'll even give you, we have a bank. We'll give you access to private chests that you can put all of your stuff in. You can do everything that you want to in the game. You can even, rent like a spot. Not rent, but you can stay in an inn. I don't think we want to collect money for that. I don't think we don't need to make money off of it. We just want people to come to the city and hang out and exist. So like we have inns where you can set up, you can put your chests down, make them private, and then they exist perpetually there and you can play with them. Whenever we have events, you can come in as your character, you can do all the events, you can do all the things, you can farm, gather, build. We have a giant marketplace where you can get access to all the materials that otherwise you might not have. You can then go and use the crafting stations. Eventually, crafting stations are going to have other things that affect them, kind of like the comfort system in Valheim, but it's going to have to do with your blacksmith needs to look like it's a blacksmith. Your leatherworking needs to look like it's leatherworking. All these things need to make sense and work together. And that's, that's what that is. Are we ready to depart? Feels like we are missing some people. Feels like we're missing a lot of people. All right, we're going to start walking. We are going to start walking to the Wyvern Gate. Oh. Everyone's spawning in now. There we go. All right, we're good to go. People are good. So I think, building is just the first step. You don't even need to build. At some point, Mainframe talked about how they want to have free accounts. So free accounts, you buy the game, but you're not subscribed. You won't have plots. Those players could theoretically come and exist in the Golden City, and still play the game. They just wouldn't have plots. They would have all the benefits, though. They could still be a crafter, a high-tier crafter, collecting resources, doing all of that. They'd just, have to use the markets more, possibly. They'd have to use the bank that we are building and maintaining. There's other things there. So, yeah, things and stuff. But the important thing to Lottie is that if you're playing, in my opinion, Pax Dei is best played with others. So find a community of people to be near. You don't have to join them, but find a community that you can be near, like the Golden City, and just participate in all of the things that they do. You can be your own person. You can be your own group. You don't have to share your plots with people. You don't have to do any of that if you don't want to. But being near people makes this game 1,000 times more fun. I can't tell you how many people I've spoken to who they force themselves to play the game and they're like, yeah, all my neighbors disappeared and like nobody was around, but I kept playing for a couple of hours or like, months, and it wasn't fun. And then I left the game. And it's like, how many of those people would have stayed around? And I've had some of them come back and be like, hey, after settling near you guys, I had a lot of fun. Like, this has been really fun because, I mean, look at all this. Look at all these players that are running around doing stuff. Things are happening. Things are happening in PAX Day today. This is all just us running around going to different teleportation sites. But, going to somewhere and doing something, that's big. That is fun to do when you have other people. If it's just you running around and you're just like, what the heck is happening? That is where the game starts becoming less fun. Why? Because if I was running through this little area here and this Inquisition scout decided to shoot me and kill me, now I have to find a way to get all of my resources back. I'd respawn over here. I'd have to run through a bunch of deadly guys to go and get my stuff, and then maybe I get it, maybe I don't. It sucks. It's not fun. It becomes less fun. It's more challenging. It becomes less fun because of how the game's made. So you have to be more careful. And then if you get killed, it turns into a whole thing. It doesn't mean that you still don't have to be careful when you're with people. In fact, sometimes you have to be more careful. Right now, we're running duo dungeons or triplet dungeons where we go into temples, the hardest difficulty dungeons with the highest difficulty mobs, and we're running it as a group of 3, which is half the normal group size to generally run it. And we've even done it with 2 people and temples, and that increases the difficulty significantly. And if you screw up and you're halfway in a dungeon, you aren't getting your gear back. Like, your gear is in there. You need to go and get other people to come and help you, or you need to go get some other gear. I know I've been doing a solo farm, and I've 2 out of the 3 times in order to get to the solo farming location, I've tried to do it as a solo, getting into it. And 2 out of the 3 times I have died while trying to do the dance to get to where I needed to go. 2 out of the 3 times, 66.7% chance that I'm getting, yoinked into unaliveness pretty quickly. That is difficult. It's fun. It's so fun trying to navigate. So much fun. And there is something to be said with doing content with less people. It's less fun, doing content and then doing it with too many people. And then, wow, that guy really chunked some health from me. But doing it with so many people, it removes a lot of the challenge from the game. And PAX Day is all about having challenge and having difficulty. So you can remove some of that difficulty by just going into a dungeon with 30 people. And when the game first came out, we would do these big dungeon runs just to get people involved in the community. And people ended up calling us like Zergs, or like a full-blown like Zerg group, because we would have like 40 people going to a late game dungeon run, but they weren't all us. There was like 20 of us or 15 of us, and then the rest were other groups of people. But they just saw a big blob and they were like, yeah, those guys, those Zerg people, they don't do stuff right. Well, what you didn't see is all the times that we were solo, or running it as a 2-man or a 3-man. So that's where that kind of came from. The clan I'm in tries to have stuff going for often for the same reason. We invite everyone to come join regardless of experience, even help get people out when they want to run dungeons with us. We've had a lot of people say they kept playing because of the events that we've held. And really having public dungeon runs is super duper important. Having, more importantly, this is something that I stress a lot for people, having fair and equitable dungeon runs is critically important. we're working on a Discord bot right now to help with the looting thing, because Stefan, you were actually asking about it, the loot splitting. So we created a system that effectively the Golden Company is the primary looter. So if we have, typically we don't run more than 2 groups of people in a dungeon, but generally speaking, a member of the Golden Company or a trusted community member will be designated as the looter for their group. Only they can actually do the looting. And then what happens is for like tattards, crimsons, like any relics, basically we say, hey, these are the important things, these are the juicy things that people want. We divide them across the entire group. So I think yesterday we did a dungeon run to Pelopus. We had 100 tattered sigils, like 25-ish crimsons, and we had 11 to 13 people there. So then we divided the crimsons, the tattered, evenly across all of the members of the party who were venturing there. And then for all of the primary relics, so these are the special ones that the elite mobs drop, those ones we basically just do it by who needs this, who doesn't need this, and then we give it out. Typically players we've found are pretty generous, and they're there to have fun, and most of them are in smaller groups, and they've been significantly more kitted. Most of the people that run with us look far cooler with their armor than the Golden Company does, because the Golden Company are a bunch of poor people. I've forced all of the Golden Company to be basically poor people, where we have standard armor from an armory. We have magical armor that gets put in a magical locker that people will check out for using, and then they have to put it back when they're done. These are all the things that we do, but most other people who are playing don't do it that way. So they have a lot more equipment than we do. But nevertheless, we distribute as needed. And leaving in 1 minute. But we still go and where are we leaving to, by the way, Eltarii? We're going to go to Wit. We are going to Wit first. Let's make sure everyone's here before we head out. What was I saying? So when we do the dungeon runs, we distribute the loot evenly, and then people request. The Discord bot that we're working on will basically be a need versus greed, because when things happen, when we're back down to square one, people are going to want the same thing, and multiple people are going to want the same thing. Heading out now. Yep. I think everyone's here. People aren't moving though. It makes me wonder if we're not ready. Yeah. This one I already have unlocked, right? Yeah. Cool. Going up and around. All right, here we go. Off we go to Wit. So, I think with this new Discord bot, what we're going to have is basically those master looters that are looting everything. They're going to list the key relics that were put into the pot, when we killed them. And then at the end of the run, everyone's going to be able to react to all the different things that were there, and they'll be able to say need versus greed. And it'll automatically distribute all the players who want to receive Tattered or Crimson. It divides the total amount of gold that's there. And then every user that reacted to it, they get to do that. It'll also record it so that, if people are wondering, who grabbed what at some point in time, we can kind of track those as metrics, because I'm a metrics kind of guy. I love metrics. I love being able to tell people what it is and look at trends and all of that. But more importantly, just so if someone comes back and they're like, I said I wanted this and you didn't give it to me and it said I got it, then we can be like, no, this is what it is. It's right here. So that need versus greed bot, it'll be on Discord, and we're going to trial it on Golden City. And then if it ends up working well, we will expand it to other, we'll let other communities use it too, but we want to test it before we just send it out into the wild. But it'll be really nice. It'll be literally like need versus greed looting in game, but it'll be in Discord, and it'll allow for people to say, oh, I need this versus, oh, no, I'm just looking to sell this, or whatever it might be. So some cool opportunities there that we're looking to kind of innovate on. If anyone has any programming experience and you're already in the Golden City, definitely reach out to me, because we're kind of just cooking this up and don't really know what we're doing. Or if you have experience making Discord bots, would love to talk more about it too. But then everything else that's looted in the run, like generic materials, that just gets thrown onto the ground at every chest that we go to, and players can pick it up freely. Or alternatively, if there is something that a player is explicitly looking for from a particular run, then they can also specify that at the beginning of the run and communicate it to the primary looters for that run. And then as long as everyone's cool with it, we will funnel whatever that is to them. So like if you're coming to a dungeon run and you're like, I really just need silver ingots, I don't need anything else, then we'll be like, cool, well then all of the silver ingots we will give to you, but maybe you don't get the tattered, or you get the tattered. Most of the time we don't do any exchange like that. There's no reason to, but that's kind of how the system generically works. So it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty understandable. And it's also fair to everyone who shows up. The Golden Company does not really benefit from these runs that we put on. And I think that's why it's appealing to a lot of people. Some groups, when they run dungeons, they basically say, all of your stuff is ours and you're just coming along for the ride, and maybe you get something passed down to you kind of thing. Our methodology is just like, get people out, get people playing together. That's more important than the loot that we're getting from it. But obviously when wipes happen and people are gear hungry, we have to be a little bit more fair and equitable. So that's kind of the thing that we're working on that part. So that's how we split loot. It's a pretty straightforward system. Now I think a couple of groups on our server are using it, like just the generic, like how I just described it, which is really, really cool to see, like a kind of standard across the server. There's other ways to do it, obviously, as well. And at the end of the day, if you're a player and you agree to whatever the terms of that dungeon run are and how loot allocation is, the only thing I would recommend is make sure that loot preference and that everything is kind of determined before you go on the run. Don't go on the run expecting to get everything that you want, and then you go on the run and you find out that, oh no, I was actually, all I'm getting is gold from this, and I don't get any of the tattereds or anything else from it. Like, that's kind of unfortunate. It would be unfortunate. But yeah, basically just make sure it's communicated beforehand so that make any mistakes. No mistakes at all. Hopefully that answered your question there. But yeah, the big thing with dungeon runs, any kind of community dungeon run, is like they're really important for the health of the community. That's why we do them. Just keeping people involved, keeping people connecting with others. The whole purpose of the Golden City, the reason why we made it is, to connect people together so that we still have people to play with. Like our whole goal, it's actually, it's actually selfish. People say, oh, Golden Company, you guys give, never take. And it's like, no, actually, the benefit that we're getting from this is that we get to play with you all. We're building community and we're bringing a bunch of people in to play the game, and they're building connections and we're building connections with them. And then the hope is that over time, y'all just want to stick around and hang out and chill out in the city or show up to events or do whatever. That's what we're doing now. It's kind of, we turned into a giant line to get to Wit, but nevertheless, like there's like probably 30 people at this event and we're just running around, and that's community. I'm not in there. You guys can't hear all the fun that they're having. But I mean, there's a lot of people hanging out in, the Golden City and the Caravan Channel. There's been a lot of people hanging out. I think some people are taking breaks because this is a long haul travel that we're going under right now. Like this is a lot of movement, but yeah. Clues Gamer 151. That's how my clan runs it. Yeah, I think it's how every clan should run it. I find, any clan that doesn't run it that way, if they're doing public runs, they are hurting the game because people are gonna say they're gonna use them as the reason why they stopped playing, basically. So we gotta not do that. Yeah, it's definitely fun running around and just causing absolute havoc in dungeons. Though I will admit, it feels a lot less. It feels a lot less like, oh, we're about to approach Elkwood here. The nice little, Elkwood's fun. We're gonna go take a look at Elkwood because right next to the Petra Day. But you don't want to be the reason why someone stops playing the game, and public dungeon runs is a great way to attract people out, but if they're done incorrectly, then it's a equally great way to push people away. So you just have to be conscientious of it. So here we go. We're gonna come up, crest over this hill, and see Elkwood in all of its glory. Got some hovering. Huh. Anyways. It's like, anyways, we'll just ignore that little piece over there. But yeah, Wit's a great place. All right, we'll give it, we will wait here for 3 minutes. I'll also do a nice little fly around here of Elkwood. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the wonderful, wonderful Elkwood. Got some cool builds here. Got a nice fancy bridge. Now, this is a lot of work. I want everyone to understand how much work goes into building some of these things with a high fidelity as well, that you can see here. I love the little tree, but it's difficult. It's difficult to build like that, and you gotta pay respect where respect is due. I think my favorite thing with Elkwood is the bridge. Bridges are hard to make. We've made several as well, but having the gradual increase there is one really difficult as someone who's tried to do that, but then actually making everything work and connect on both sides, because it's really hard to build directly across. You kind of have to kind of fudge it to begin with and then line them up and then hope for the best. So It's quite an endeavor. I like their little elk emblem there too. Great little build. And, you know, obviously Elkwood extends. And then you have people building all the way up here as well. Nice. All right, and here we are, ready to depart again. Leaving in 30. And we're going to be heading from Wit's End all the way up to, let me do the math here. I think it's down, and then we're doing Ardbog and Ulaid. And then we will loop it around, hit the Gate, Gale, and Shire, and then we will be done with Mary. We are going up to down. Let's go. Classic. All right, so best way to go up to the left. Let's go, everybody. To the up, down, left, right, center. All right, so yeah. What's everyone's take on Mary? I feel like Mary's got some love. I feel like people like Mary. I feel like Ancien is the most liked area. Personally, I really liked Dolavan and Carries. It, like, in terms of a zone, loved it. In terms of having the Golden Isle, like the Golden City literally was an island. One of the only islands that you can actually be on in game, and we were on it. And that was fun. And the Petra Day is there, and the only unfortunate thing is because we took over that entire area, people were worried that like we were like bad guys, which was kind of unfortunate. And we had to do like a state of the city and like do a lot of outreach and be like, no, we're not bad people. We actually want you to come and hang out, and we want to be your friends. They were like, get away from us. And then eventually, I think most of them did kind of come around to us not being the baddies, which was great. And I really liked how it looked, though they did kill my child with the recent update when they did the wipe. The island had a lot more high peak. It was like really steep. And then that all kind of went away with the recent update, and they took away a lot of the spacing, like the height map, I guess. And Dolavan just got a lot flatter, a lot more flat than I think it should have been. It was unfortunate. It was kind of sad. I was a little sad about it. And then we went to Gallia instead and ended up settling at this crater lake, which also is really cool. I mean, I'm very happy with how Golden City 7 is looking. Golden City 8, it's going to be great. We're going to try and innovate again. Every single time I say, hey, we got to do something different. We got to try something cool. Golden City 4 through 6, we did a lot of like sewer stuff. We had an undercity, we had an overcity. We did everything. Golden City 7, we did some walls, which we've done in the past, but more importantly, we built around a lake. We have a lot. We don't have a full sewer system in this city, but we also built a general marketplace. We did a lot of other things with the city in terms of how it was organized and where things were and why they were there. We learned a lot in Golden City 7. Golden City 8, it's going to be great. It's going to be a good time. Let's see. Ancien is the best map. Wit is the best place in Mary. Prettiest views are from down. Carries is the best pure iron. I love Carries. It's very nice. Innis Gallia is the ugliest map. My clan's main city is in Gravas. Love Ancien, but I currently am working for plots in Gale, which is in Mary. Yeah, totally hear you there. You're welcome, Ray. I'm glad that I could show that off to everyone on stream. At some point we'll do more Creators of the Creation. Probably not this run around. Maybe we'll get one Creators of the Creation in. We'll see who's interested in showing off their builds. But yeah. I don't know. I like Tricassus. I think it kind of lost some of its flair with the update, though. I really liked Tricassus back in early access launch. There was some cool stuff that players were able to do there. Really epic views. You have these like steep cliffs and mountain, vistas, and you have these flat spaces where there weren't many trees, but then you had these hills that you could connect and make a wall on. There was some cool stuff that we wanted to try and do in Tricassus, and then the update came out and we looked at it and we were like, where did everything go? It was so nice and then it disappeared. Lidaw is the most pointless home valley. I could probably sit on that. The cliff by the lake in Tricassus, man. Yeah, Tricassus got it. Tricassus also is one of the only areas that have, like, each one of these areas, like, there's always one zone, one home valley that has, like, a gate in it, or there's not that many. I don't even think there's one here that does. But Tricassus actually has a broken gate in Tricassus. Like, at some point in time, you will be able to leave Tricassus and go to this other place from Tricassus. We always ask for the Golden City. Like, we have this hard balancing act that we have to do where it's like we need to be a central location because the whole purpose of the Golden City is to be like a capital. But we don't know what center is. Like, at the end of the day, what is center for the Golden Company? Like, or for the Golden City, I mean. Like, what is the center? Like, when Gothia, Anatolia, Iberia, Atlantis, when everything is all said and done, like, where left we cross the river at its shortest point. Oh, I hit something. Look at that. 4. All right. We got a little coordination stuff done there. That's important. So yeah, I think that height map thing just really got me. I wish that they didn't do it. I know why they did it, but it really just made everything feel like smushed. Yeah, Ulaid is pretty close. Ulaid's a sleeper. I think a lot of people sleep on Ulaid because it's so far away from a lot of stuff. But I mean, if you think about it, one of the more popular dungeons is Plisson, right? And Plisson's right next to Ulaid, so you got prime time real estate going there. I think it's a great place to go. And then you also have a bunch of broken gates around it. You got 2 broken gates here. You got 2 broken gates down there. So those are eventually going to be spots. There's a lot of locations that have similar benefits to that as well. It's just not recognized. So when we're thinking of like, oh, where do we place the Golden City? The question always is like, when release happens, we already know that the Golden City is going to move once because the Golden City is supposed to be in Gothia. Our story right now is that we're a bunch of traveling, nomads. If you go to the Golden City Discord right now, actually, everything's called like the Golden Caravan. It's not called the Golden City. It's called the Golden Caravan because we're always moving. Every wipe, we go to a new location. And that's intentional. Eventually, when Gothia does come out, we will relocate the city to Gothia. It's going to be a huge like RP event, a huge story event for us as the Golden City, but that will also give us a little bit more of a view on like where the center of the map is. So we'll be able to be hopefully in the centerfold of Gothia. So like a zone that's near the center of all of the world of Pax Dei, you know, closest to Pax Mundi, which is the center of the world. So hopefully like by that time we'll have a better picture of it, but we will move at some point there. But then the question always is when we're picking the starting location for the Golden City in this, you know, version of Pax Dei. Oh, I lagged there. That was stupid. But for when Pax Dei is released, what are we going to do for that? Like what is the path where it's central enough? We were waiting a lot for the teleports to see how teleportation is going to fix it. I think that opens up a lot of more opportunities because as long as a player goes somewhere, flubber-dee-dubber-dee-dub. That's right. We have to go over here and then across. It do be like that, these height maps. And then, you know, I'm sitting there talking about height maps like, oh, they're not tall enough. And then we walk up to a very steep cliff that nobody can drop down. Let's see. Oh, Herbisaur. You are close to my monastery. Probably got clean since I haven't played in months. Hey, that's fine, dude. It'll all be put into your L file anyways. So even if you did lose it and you did want to come back before this next wipe, you will have your stuff. Now, after this next wipe, you might not have nothing. It might all get wiped out. Crossing here. Yeah. We might lose some people here. Hopefully we don't lose people. This is like it was just a lot to go around. Meanwhile, you can kind of just make a nice little swim across right here. It's like a very easy crossing. A very easy crossing. But I don't know. I'd be interested to see where everyone else is thinking of going as well. And it's always interesting to see how people pick and make choices on where to go. I don't understand the people who have built in the same spot for every wipe. Like there's some friends and family testers, you know, early alpha testers who quite literally have not moved from the initial place that they planted down all the way back in pre-alpha 1. They are still there. Still there. People are wondering, oh, why are so many people in Ancient? Ancient means ancient. I can tell you why it means ancient. It's because it's one of the first maps that anyone was ever able to play on in Pax Dei. Simply put. It's one of the ancient maps. It is an ancient map. It's one of the oldest. There are players from the original playtest who I can almost guarantee are still playing over in Ancient. I do not understand how someone can do that. I literally do not understand how someone can just keep playing at the same location. Because there's so many things that you don't get to see, right? Like, think of all the other areas. Tricassus. You could have built in Tricassus. You could have built there. You could have built in Wit. You could have built in Down. You could have built in Shire. You could have built anywhere. Dolavan. You could have built in any of these cool zones. Now we're getting a bunch of new ones too, which is going to be fun. It's going to be fun to figure out. It is definitely a task and a half to try and identify where to go. And then also because the Golden City, we have neighbors. right? We have members of the Golden Citizens. We have other groups of players that settle near us. So then when we pick a location, we have to think, for starters, what location are we going to? Narrow that down. And then we go to our trusted neighbors and tell them, like, this is where we're going, and hope they don't tell other people. So then those other people don't snuff out, and take up primetime plots to grief us or do whatever. So we have to, piecemeal it together. And then halfway through, we might get feedback like, oh, that zone sucks. And we're like, well, this is where we're going. I don't know what else to say. Like, this is it. This is the place. This is where we will be. Sorry. I hope you can join us. It's going to be fun either way. I promise. Telling everyone the wrong valley. I don't think we told anyone the wrong valley. We didn't tell anyone the right valley last time. There was a very strong contingent. It's actually kind of funny. If you go to Nyx, we told everyone we were going to Nyx. Like, everyone knew that. But if you go back to Dolavan, it's almost as though everyone suspected that the Golden Company was going to reclaim Dolavan and resettle on the Golden Isle for some reason. So if you actually go to Dolavan now, there's almost nobody there who settled. And if you went there right when everything dropped, we were just curious. We wanted to go see what everyone was doing, if anyone was building there. Nobody built there because I think a lot of people expected us to go back to the same place that we were at. We did not correct anyone for where we were going. But we did not tell anyone incorrect information, because the whole point of the Golden City is to build trust and community. We just can't do that if someone comes in at the very, very beginning and just gives us a bunch of headaches. That makes it unfun. And there are people who definitely exist in games in general who would do that, and enjoy it. Enjoy getting in the way kind of thing. Eventually we would work around it, and I have no doubt of that. But the last thing you want, people are playing games to have fun. You don't want to do something that is anti-fun, and then people are frustrated when they should be having a blast, because it's really exciting when, a new wipe happens, everyone's placing, there's so much stuff going on, different parts are moving all the time. That's a really fun experience, and you don't want to get in the way of that by everyone being frustrated. We even had a taste of that a little bit with GC7, and I still hear people saying how they hate that we settled on a lake. But we had to try something new, and that's what we did. But the important thing is we're trying to build trust and build in a location that many people can get access to. So I think with the teleportation, bit, it is important. The one thing I do worry about is, for example, if the Golden Company was to place in Tricasis, right, for next wipe, that's literally right now one of the farthest places away from most things. It's pretty dang far off in Tricasis. Our players, is the Golden City got enough pull on our server already where players will expend the 40 minutes of effort to go and get the Pax Dei unlock in Tricasis, so that they can teleport to the Golden City quickly if they wanted to? That's the question that I'm always asking. We placed in Aris in part because it was right next to the Carries Gate, and it was pretty close to the Lioness Gate and pretty close to the Mary Gate. So we said, well, players are just going to be generically coming through that area anyways, and if they're going to Pelopus, for example, from Carries, they will pass through Aris to get there most of the time. Now, not necessarily the case, because they can teleport. So, for example, if someone was going to Plisson, normally, if you were coming from somewhere, you would, if you're coming from Ancien, you'd port in over here, or if you were coming from Carries, you would port in from over here. So you're gonna, did I say Carries? I meant Innis Gallia. This area, maybe you go through Shire, most likely you go through Down and then Ulade in order to get there. If you're coming from Innis, and if you're coming from Ancien, you don't touch it anywhere. Now, however, with teleportation miracles, you theoretically can, come in right here and then instantly teleport to Ulade and get over here. Or you even come in here and teleport to Ulade, though I don't think that would actually give you a net benefit because it's almost equidistant from each other. And why would you spend the 30 grace on that? I mean, that's a lot of gold that you could spend theoretically. So yeah, with that, but anyone who's in Mary and isn't coming from Ancien, chances are you're going to TP to Ulade. So then Ulade actually becomes a pretty hot spot with teleporting because a lot of people are going to be teleporting into this, right? A lot of people. Quite a decent amount. But yeah. Can I be cheeky and ask if you can see my monastery is still there? I think it might be on your route or very close. Hey, CJ. Hello. Thank you for the sub, buddy. CJ is an old member of the Golden Company. He was been a member of the Golden Company before the Golden Company was called the Golden Company. He was also one of our many blacksmiths that I yelled at to get to work during early access. He has since burned himself, full pun intended, like the charcoal that he burned in our forges, and he is we're awaiting his return, hopefully closer to release. CJ, how have you been? Yelled a lot, can confirm. A hard no is understandable. I mean, Herbasaur, if your monastery is along the route that I'm going on, then yes. I'm not going to be able to spend altogether too much time to look past that because other people are waiting for us when we get there. But if you can give me a general direction to look, I will do my best to look for it along this path. Is it perhaps this thing up on the hilltop over there? How long I got because I'm not home? You got time. The game's releasing later this year, CJ, so you've got a lot of time. No, I already feel bad for asking. It will be too hard to direct via text. Never mind. I'll just log in and not be crazy. Honestly, if you have more than like 25 things placed on your plot still exists. This plot, let me tell you. See this plot? It still exists. If this plot exists, anything that you built still exists. I think that's the safest way to put it. It's just like, it still exists. If that thing has survived, then your thing for sure is survivable at the very least. No guarantees, but yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, level 40 blacksmith and weaponsmith. The grind is for sure. I can tell you all, some of the most fun that I have had in Pax Dei was in the Golden Company. We separate everyone into crafting teams, so everyone has to pick certain disciplines to go after, and they get basically put into a team, and those guys are like family, right? And you are working with them, especially when the grind is happening, like when the launch happened for early access. Like, I took a week off of work and was just playing the game, and for the however many hours in that 7-day period, I was taught. My wife did not see me. She was kind of happy about it, I think, in some ways, sad in others. But like, we were in there and doing getting stuff done for 7 days straight for 20. Those furnaces, I don't think went quiet or cold for 7 days straight. It was wild, and we would like just be in there. Like, the conversations that we had during that time. Some of the most fun conversations I've had in Pax Day. Super fun. You'd like come in, everyone would be like, we're getting pure iron again. Like, really? Yeah, no, we're doing it. Okay, cool, let's do it. And we went and did it. It's a shared suffering, so to speak. Just a lot of rocks and smelted everything. Oh, it's still there. I see the church on the hilltop. All right, well, there you go. Maybe when we get to over here, we'll be able to pull it up. We'll be able to go and take a quick little gander at it. Trauma bonding and Pax Day. No, it was actually really fun though. We actually called, so the CJ remembers it was called Forge Works. So that's what it was. And every time I came in, I would come in and I would use this voice modifier. So I'd be like, everyone get back to work. Thank you. And then that's that. Or if I needed to talk to someone, like CJ, for example, I'd be like, CJ, please report to the administrative office. CJ, thank you. And then that's it. Like, that's all they would hear. Like, CJ's going through like, oh no, like, please, I don't want to go back. It was so fun though. The great forges of Gallia never burned brighter than that first week of early access. It was great. Yeah, trigger warning, please. JC's like, yeah, I would do the same thing to pretty much everyone. I would like drop into a channel and just be like, JC, please report to the administrative office. JC, thank you. And typically that meant someone else was being fired. Like, I don't fire. If someone messes, I believe in second chances. I believe that people can improve. But I also believe in the restorative justice of firing people. So typically what happens is if you mess up, someone else is getting fired. So if I'm calling you into the administrative office, then that means one of your buddies is probably getting let go. But fortunately in the Golden Company, we have a pretty, our HR team doesn't exist. So we don't typically fill out the paperwork to fire someone, and they typically get rehired within the next 30 seconds. So that's typically how it works. Now that is a cool little site right there. Look at that. Whoa. That's like screenshotable actually. We're gonna take a full screeny there. Look at everyone like cheering it too. Hold on, let's do another one. That's great. That's fun. We're gonna come over here and make sure we save that screenshot really quick. Sorry, y'all. This is like prime time thumbnail content right here. You can't hate thumbnail content. Yeah, that's a really cool bit here. We'll even do a... Here, hold on. Let's get this out. Hold on, let's come here. Do that. Oh, hold on. Yeah, buddy. Oh, some things in Pax Day, man. They're so cool. Eye candy. No, so this is a consecrated ground, but someone placed the consecrated ground at like the exact perfect spot on the inside of this crack here. So it emits light, and it looks really, really cool from this angle. Like, really, really cool. Maybe I'm gonna come here and zoom in a little bit. Like so. Hopefully my wife, who is now behind us in screen, knows that the camera is still on. She forgot. She's walking away right now. She's like, we're going out in a bit. But she's still in her jammies. That's funny. Rip. Happy birthday. All right, we're heading out here, and Heading out in 30 seconds. All right, Herbisaur, let's see if we can find your little monastery. I think this is it right here, right? Wow. Look at that. I like this. I do like that. This is like a traditional monastery using the Christian symbology too. Nice. You got some Pax Dei emblems here too. Love it. Like it. Love it. That's not the one. Yours is on the west road. The border. It's not. Is it this? Holy God. Let's just. Okay, we have to. We can't not take a look at this really quick before we head out. Wow. Wild. Is that not a treehouse? That is a treehouse. That's also. We're getting dizzy. We're back. Okay. Yeah, it's time to go. All right. Heading out to... Where are we going out to? I think we want to go Ardbog, but I don't think we can go to Ardbog from here. Yeah, okay. Oolade. We're getting Kool-Aid at Oolade, y'all. Let's go. Never gonna find it. Well, I'm glad that it's still there. I'm sure it's very, very cool. But yeah, you know, this is the danger with Pax Dei, right? If I start looking around, I'm just gonna, you know, start getting lost in people's builds, and then this stream is gonna turn into a 5-hour stream, and then I don't get to go on a picnic for Mrs. Eltari's birthday, and then that would be really bad. I might get fired myself. Okay, I gave you proof. Good. Yeah, so I think yeah, we go to Oolade. We're gonna go up to Oolade. We're gonna claim that one. Then we're gonna go down to Ardbog, claim that one. Then we're going to fast TP. We're gonna Petra Belle all the way to all the way down south, and then we'll go up to Shire and Gale, and then we'll finish it off at Ancien, at the Ancien Gate. And then we will probably end up calling the stream at that point, because like I said, I do need to go be a husband today. Yeah, the final boss. Yep. But I do think that these areas have what it takes. I think they have what it takes to be really good zones, especially in the future. I mean, Oolade being here right next to one of the best dungeons in Pax Dei right now, 2 gates, a third one not too far away, and then 2 more gates also not too far away through Ardbog. You're close. You're close to a lot of things. The only aside though that we also have to think about now is what happens when players can teleport. Does it really matter that Oolade is right next to this, right next to this, right next to these 2 things? Does it matter? Because if I'm in Oolade, I can just teleport to here. I don't have to walk through Ardbog. I don't have to teleport to Ardbog. I can just walk straight through and I'll be there. Will someone do that, or will they just teleport? Will they do it or just teleport? Yes, because I'm cheap. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you know, it's theoretically cheaper to TP to Oolade and then walk up to these as well. Salt Daddy. Welcome. Ooh. Oh my. Hello. Welcome. Yeah, I think, it depends on how stingy you are is a solid litmus. What I'm hoping that they add in the future, this is total like wishful thinking, is when they start adding more components to the grace system, like we know altars exist or will exist. Holy Inn, look at that. Where's the out? Is there an in and an out, or is it just an in? Mingo's Market. It's a cool little area. Gotta give them credit where credit's due, y'all. Oh, I love the Pax Dei emblem there. That is cool. That's some imagery right there. Yeah, that's a Kiani. That's a structure. That is what it is. That's a defined, well-defined structure. That's a lot of wood that went into that too. Okay, where are we going so I don't get lost? Cool. I think that when they've mentioned altars before, they've been in several posts, and I do think that altars maybe you'll be able to turn it into a teleport point. That would be so cool. That would make the Golden City so much more viable. We wouldn't have to cram ourselves around a Petra Day or be near one and make people upset or anything like that. We could just place down an altar and then people can come to the city themselves. Like that would be really cool. It would be even cooler if they could do that, if we could power it up, juice it up to the point where they could teleport to it regardless of if they've been there or not. That would be awesome. That will probably never happen though. So, that's true. That's the true definition of wishful thinking. How fun would it be if you could actually place a plot right here on the in-between of these two roads? So much fun. Okay, let me see here. Just rescaling where I'm at. Barcian, hello. Hello. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Eltarii, is it worth playing Pax Dei solo? Game looks amazing, but don't have any friends to play with. I am a more casual player. Well, sir, you have had the most luck possible. You have come to the right stream, the right place, the right time. And that is because even as a solo player, there are things. Solo playing is different than being a single player, right? So solo playing just means, hey, when I go into the game, I'm just playing by myself. I'm not in a clan, doing clan things. I'm just myself doing my own goals and objectives. That does not mean you have to play the game without anyone. I would highly recommend not doing that. That would not be good. The reason why I say you came to the right place is because there are cities and communities that exist that are designed from the ground up to be places where you can go to be in a community without having to be in the community. So you can be of the community, not in the community, if that makes sense. So the Golden City is one of them. That's the organization that I help run. And it is primarily organized by the Golden Company, which is a group of people committed to building and maintaining a community for players like yourself as well. So we call ourselves a free city. We're trying to make like the de facto capital for Pax Dei, at least for our server, or at least be a beacon for how players should build that city as a role model to others. And what that means is our city has all of the amenities that you could use, that you can need, and we also run events all of the time. So we have 3 public dungeon runs that we do every week. Sometimes we have just kind of spur of the moment breakout ones, but every week there are at specific times 3 specific dungeon runs that we do, and those happen like clockwork for the most part every week. this week, instead of doing that, we're doing these teleportation unlocks. But most of the time right now we'd be doing a dungeon run, or we'd be just about finishing a dungeon run. And that's like the power of being in a community. You can go and do these things, but you don't have to be in a group, where you have to log in every day and do stuff. You can play the game at your own pace, but when you're playing, you can be playing with other people. And that's why we made the Golden City, because we want to be a focal point where players can play and enjoy the game, but not feel like they are stifled from progress that they can make by being there. So, we have a market that you can participate in. We have dungeon runs, anything and everything that you can think of, RP events, all of that is based out of the city, and we do it for people like yourself. So is Pax Dei worth playing as a solo player? Absolutely. Find a community of people to play around, like the Golden City. Obviously, I'm biased. I think the Golden City is, the best of the best when it comes to that. We've helped role model a lot of what other communities do. We've been here the longest. We've been here since the pre-alphas. Like, we probably have the most number of players who pre-alpha tested this game in our clan, and we understand the direction that the game is going. And the community that we're building is based off of that knowledge and based off of that vision, that initial vision that we had several years ago now, over 3 years ago, or coming up. This is the third year that Pax Dei has really existed in the open, right? And ever since it's existed, we've been working towards this goal of the Golden City, and we're continuing to work towards it. So, finding groups like that have similar play times that you can, work alongside. You don't have to be in, but work alongside. Then, hey, maybe over time you decide, these people are cool, and I do want to join them. But you can get all of the benefits without having to join. Our group, at least. Other groups, maybe not as much, but I'm talking from my personal experience with this. So it is, by choice, but playing as a solo player in Pax Dei, you totally can do it. Things will take time for you to do. If you are going to try and be a master of everything, it will take you a very, very long time. Blacksmithing takes a very, very long time. I would recommend you pick 1 or 2 things to get good at, and then being a member in the community, see if you can barter your way to everything else. Can you trade with other people and, in trading with them, get the resources that you don't have through that? Now that gold exists in the game, that's going to be easier to do. Let's do 3 minutes, then we leave. So there is some, some components to that as well. Hopefully that answered your question. But I would love, I love it when people come in and they're like, hey, I'm interested in playing the game. What should I do? I love it. And I love answering those questions. I also love stretching because I have been sitting in this chair for 4 hours and talking pretty much nonstop for 4 hours. It's been great. Hopefully you guys are still having fun while we're on this journey together. Now this is Oulaid. They've got the Kool-Aid at Oulaid. I like the rivers that go through Oulaid. It's pretty cool. In some ways, here's a nice little island. In some ways, it's kind of hard when you have really cool looking scenery, because everyone knows that there's really cool looking scenery somewhere. So when you see it, you know that there's going to be like 12 people that are all trying to get that exact same space. So you're competing, and competition is hard. We don't like competition, because then someone gets hurt and they have grudges. Now this would have been a fun place to put a golden city. Little bowl, little crater, a bucket, some would say. This would also be kind of cool. This little mountainous area right here, a little bucket there, a little city on the side of a wall. Leaving in 1 minute to Ard Bog we will go. Thanks for the answer. We'll think about it. Yeah, definitely. It as a solo player, you can definitely play, but the difference is playing as a single player. If you're going to try and play the game without interacting with anyone and, not participating in anything outside of that, you're not going to be able to run dungeons past a certain point. It's practically impossible. You are not going to be able to, as a result, get access to some of the more stronger pieces of gear unless you buy it from other players, but then you're at the whims of those other players and whether or not they're willing to sell it to you, which there's no rule saying that they have to sell it to you. So then, there's obviously components there that you have to think of. So it just becomes really hard when you're trying to not interact with anyone. But you can have fun playing Pax Dei, being a more casual player. The speed to which you do things is just going to be different, and that's fine. People need to be fine with that. And if you're fine with that, then you will have fun in this game. We'd love to have you come by. Away we go to Ardbog. Good old Ardbog. My outpost is right by the northern wolf cave there. Ulaid is great. Ulaid's got its charms, I think. It's got some mighty nice charms. I mean, the game in general, like, please give me a break. Look how pretty this game is. Woof. Woof. Alexander, is there an idea of when the next wipe will be, and will it be a full wipe or just a plot wipe? So Alexander, great question. In the next 1 to 2 months, we will be having a wipe. It will definitively be a plot wipe, but it is my belief that it will also be at the very least a materials wipe, so all items will disappear. It is unspecified whether or not it will be a skill wipe on top of that. I hope it is a skill wipe on top of that so we can get a reset and get some more practice in, and everyone gets more practice in. But that's just my masochism bleeding through into optimism. But either way, we will definitely have a plot wipe. I think we will most likely also have a materials wipe, so players will not be getting all of the materials back. If you were listening earlier in the stream, I think it's kind of it's not good for player activity because like everyone comes in and they have now 9 months of materials that they've accumulated on their plots. And when the next wipe happens, if they just have all of that in their L file, then they're just going to enjoy the benefits of said L file. And they're not going to play the game much after that. Where are people going? South to Ardbog. Why are they going north? Oh, silly people. But yeah, so I think with that specifically, a wipe. We know a wipe is happening. A plot wipe is definitely happening because the home valleys are changing. They're adding 3 additional home valleys to each map. They're taking a little bit of space from the current existing home valleys and a little bit of space from the wildlands that exist outside of the home valleys to make those. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see like what the new home valleys look like. General topography is going to change probably a little bit with the biomes and all of that too. So there will be a wipe in that way. Moyo Mayo. Hey, Eltarii, where can one find the Golden Caravan Discord link, or is it private invite only? So the only way that you can get access to the Golden City Discord is if you have ventured to the Golden City, which is on Nick's server in Innis Gallia in Aris, or you know someone who is already in it and you're planning on coming to the city. So like what we try, we're not trying to have a massive server, we're trying to build a community of people that are actually there. So we don't want to fill it with people who aren't actually interested in going to the city and being a part of the community, and they just want some other net benefit from it. So go on Nyx, go to Aris, go to Innis Gallia, or reach out to someone who you know who has access to the server, who has been to the Golden City before, and you'll get access easily. It's open. It's just we want to make sure that you know, I wouldn't go and blast it, for example, on stream, because I would want people to actually come to the city first and see it and be there and experience it, rather than, you know, just getting access to the Discord and that's that. But we'd love to have you. Let me be explicitly clear here. Please come and join it. And if you have me on Discord and you want to DM me, you can DM me and I can get you access to it as well. But you typically have to know someone to get in or go to it physically to get in as well. That's pretty much how it works. Not exclusive, but reclusive. No, I don't know. I don't know what the best way to describe it. Yep, of course. And hope to see you around. It'll be, we always have more and more people coming on board with the new wipe happening. The Golden City is changing location, so we won't be in Aris anymore. More than likely not in Aris anymore. We always change to a new place, but there are many, many new places that are coming online. We know that there used to only be 6 times 4, so 24 opportunities. Now it's going to be 9 times 4, so 36 different places that we can go to. That's a big change. It's a big change from before. It costs 20 crimson to get access. Don't listen to anything that Honey says. At least with regards to this, it is free of charge. Anyone can get access. You just have to reach out to me. Just reach out to me, or reach out to someone that is already in it that you know, or go to it if you're not there already. It's that easy. It's that easy. Very, very easy. You can also go to the Professional Gamer Discord, which if you're on Twitch, it should be linked down below. And if you go to the Professional Gamer Discord, you can also ask for access to the Golden City there, and we can get it to you. That is how it do be. Jack Wild. Is there a Jack tax? There's always a Jack tax. Jack. She told me it was 40 tattered. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What? Highway robbery. Now this, okay, y'all, this is a cool place to build something. Think about this. Just picture. Just picture where we're at right now. See this? There's 2 big cliffs on either side. You know what you do with the cliffs? You build a wall between them, and then you put a city in the center. That's what you do. The wall isn't keeping anything out. It just looks cool. It looks epic. That's all that needs. And you have these 2 giant... If these were closer, you'd probably be able to build a freaking massive wall. Something epic. They would write tales about. That's what it would be. That is what it would be. Sky bridges. Looking forward for a full wipe. Nothing beats a fresh start. I completely agree. Fresh starts are great. But I wouldn't get used to them, because after the game releases, no wipes, no mo. You'll have to wipe your character and go back. But the nice thing about wipes right now is they give us opportunities to start fresh without having to physically start fresh. You know, the Golden Company is going to wipe itself at least once during PAX Day after release, because when a romancy, look at that. But we will wipe ourselves, because eventually we want to be in Gothia, which is where the Golden Company in the Golden City will eventually reside. But it's not going to be in the initial release, which means that we will have to pick up everything that we have and go there at some point in time. So we're going to build an incredibly cool, epic city. It might exist for a couple of years. It might exist for a couple of months. We don't know. But whatever it does whenever it does release, finally, Gothia that is, we will be transitioning over to there and move the whole city with it. So we will wipe ourselves. It's important. It's important to wipe. But yeah, I think the next wipe is going to be an important one for a number of reasons. I think people need to get reset and start fresh. One, because it's kind of like fake content. You know, it's more stuff to do that you didn't have before. But also, it gets some additional testing in, so the devs can get their final feedback before the game launches on how all this stuff scales. And I think that's really important. Will they be consolidating the amount of servers as well? When they launch, so what they did before is, I mean, these servers can hold a lot of players. You know, they can hold 20,000 players on a server, on a single, you know, instance of the server. In a single zone, like in this area right here, only 150 players can actually be there, and then they spin up another instance of the server, and you know, everything is persistent across those, but you can only see 150 people, and you know, the preference for it is you see your clanmates, then you see your party members, then you see, you know, anyone on your friends list, and then you see everyone else, kind of thing. So they get like streamed back and forth between it, which is actually a really cool feature. Ashes of Creation is actually working on something similar, but you'll actually be able to see all of the players, and it'll scale, and it'll do some like weird instancing and visualization that allows you to see it. But when Pax Dei launched originally, it had, I'm pretty sure, someone correct me if my memory is not serving me well, but when EA opened up, there was only one server for every region, and there was an RP and a normal server. Maybe there were two for each. I'm not recalling, but it wasn't like massive amounts. The only reason that they would have more than one server per region right now is if they expected a large influx of players and they didn't want players to experience plot saturation early on in the game, where there's so many players placing plots that you can't put any more plots in a region. So like Ardbog, maybe it can only have 800 plots in total in the entire area, and then after it gets past 800, it's a hard stop. You know, you cannot physically place any more plots here, even if you have plots available. In fact, players at certain points, they you know, X'd out players from even being able to spawn in here because it was too full from plots. But you could still walk into it. You just couldn't spawn into it and make it your home valley because you wouldn't be able to place a plot there. So they tried to help with that, I think, by doing it that way. But either way, yeah, I think it's one of those, oops, going the wrong way. They will definitely have enough space. It's just, yeah, it's hard with server launches and being a launch group because you want everyone to be on the same server that you've been playing with. And like the worst nightmare is that a game has a really big launch and then the server fills up before everyone in your group gets in, and then everyone's not playing on the same server, and then everything kind of falls apart and all your plans kind of fall to pieces. That sucks. That's a not fun one. That's a really not fun one. Here we are here. Good old Ardbog. Whoa. Look at that. Got a couple of cool hills for people to build on. Got a couple all the way over there too. Here we go. We will depart to the Lioness portal in 2 minutes. Prepare to Petra Belly. Oh, look at that big palace built on the cliff by doing sanctuary out on the southwest exit. Let's take a look. Where am I right now? Southwest exit right over here. So straight and to the right. It's a cool little inn. Nice little area right there. There's the road. That's where we came from. Big palace built on the cliff. Big palace built on the cliff. Doesn't look like a palace. Or are you talking about? This isn't a palace. This is no palace. So much wide open space. It's pretty cool. Maybe this is the palace that we're talking about. Sanctuary's palace? Looks like it's falling apart. Either way, time to Petra Belly. Time to go. Petra Belly. And we come all the way down here. We hit that. And do our wonderful Petra Belly. Look at that. Yeah, Nico's capped on everything. Wipe everything. Do it. I'm right here. Kill me. Kill me now. Gotta go to the chopper. Yeah. Do it. Do it now. Get to the chopper. Do it. Arnold. Any ideas on dynamic resource locations like clay along riverbanks with people taking them and plots away? I do think it's a system that they need to add. Like it's something that needs to come at some point, possibly sooner rather than later, because it gets really tough. I think their solution so far has they made like an algorithm, and like 2 weeks after the game, like the wipe happens, they do a redistribution of resources that makes sure that the resources are in a generally more acceptable location, kind of thing. But yeah, definitely like something needs to be done. Dynamic resource locations might not be coming right now, but I do think it's something that they are considering in the future to help more automate that and make it a better player experience. Because the last thing you want is, players all saturating an area and then stuff goes away. But obviously if they saturate an area like a mine or something like that, or around it, then they could negatively affect it, technically. We head out in 1 minute. All right, and then we are going to be going to Shire, Gale, and then the last one, and that's when we'll call the stream as well. Heading to Shire. But yeah, so I think, let's go. Oh, people are waiting. Oh, people are still teleporting. People still be TPing. There we go. Yeah, the group has died down quite sizably from when we started, but that is to be expected, and we are getting towards the end of this. I think it was quite ambitious to say we were going to go to all of them, but hey, you never know you got to go with how it feels. It feels like, yeah, it's probably not going to happen all in one day. That's like a 12 plus hour. We effectively have, by the time this is done, we'll have traveled across a little bit less than half of all of Pax Dei, because Lioness still exists and we haven't gone through Lioness, but like everything else, we have like half of the map, if you excluded Lioness, is where we've been so far. So that's a long distance to travel as a group. Quite a long distance. And then we also got two of the important points kind of picked out. If I had to choose, I would say we should also, like, if you're a player and you're like, what teleport locations should I get? You should get all of the ones that are near the dungeons, right? So here's one of the dungeons. Get Ulaid, get Gale, get this portal right here, and you'll be set. And do that for every single one. So there's one, tier 5 dungeon that's called a temple. The nice thing about temples is that rivulets and temples are kind of connected. So if you can go to a temple, then you can also go to rivulets, technically. I won't share how you can do that because it might be spoilers for those watching. But there is a benefit to being near these that are just beyond being near them, right? So I think that's like a good one, an important one. You can do it in 8. I could see doing it in 8, but in order to do it in 8, we wouldn't really have a cohesive group, I feel like, because, you have like everyone using the unstuck and teleporting and doing all of that. You can optimize it better, but I do think like this is a healthy pace. We've got everyone sticking together as a group mostly. I'm not in the Discord channel, so I don't know if we've had a lot of deaths and body recoveries that have had to go on, but at least for right now, I haven't observed many other than the one that I kind of forced us into earlier, where I jumped off a cliff and obviously died. Whoops. I do be like that. It's just how it works sometimes. But we are getting further along in this journey than I thought we would ever make it. We made it all the way. I also talked through a lot of things. We talked about so much stuff today. Like, we had some spice early too. Was I too hard? Was I too harsh on King? Coming in here, calling me a shill? Was I too hard? I don't know. I feel survivor's guilt on that conversation. Should I feel survivor's guilt on that conversation? I don't know. I mean, he came in and said I'm basically, just pushing content for the game, and they're paying me to do it, even though I'm not getting paid to do it. No. Okay. Well, that's reassuring. But I mean, like, sometimes you gotta take a harsh stance. You can't sit there and let some troll come in and be like, "Yo, you suck. This is why. Let me push a fake narrative," and then do it anyways. Yeah, I barely stream too. That's also a good point. Like, this is the second I have streamed 200% more in the last week than I have streamed in the last, like, any of the last 5 months probably. I've done a lot of streams. Normally we try and do big event stream. I don't like streaming. So here's my take. I don't like running. I like running big events, but I don't like running big events and then like not being there for it and being focused on the stream instead. So like what I'm doing right now is not typically what I like to do, because I like being with everyone's probably having really fun conversations in Discord right now. And instead I'm kind of just chilling outside of that. I mean, granted, a lot of you are also in the stream, so it's like I'm talking to you as well, but I don't know. And then it feels kind of disingenuous because like my stream, everyone is here and we're all doing stuff, but then I'm kind of like turning you all into content, and I don't like doing that either. You know, at a capacity like that. But then I also understand like it's good for the game for me to show and have an event like this where like we're streaming and people can see, no, people do still play Pax Day. There's a lot of people here and we're going and doing something together. And like sharing that, I do think that is important too. So it's like, it's a hard trade-off of, well, do I, you know, run this event and then have people feel like they're being used so I can generate content, or like, I don't know. What are your all? Well, I don't know what your all thoughts are. Like, I try to not do that. I really, and I hope I come off that way. I hope I'm not like looking to everyone like I use events like this to generate content for a channel that you all don't directly benefit from. But like, I don't know. I see the benefit of sharing these types of things with the community at large and showing the cool stuff that we do. And sharing more about the game and being able to do that. We don't feel used. Well, get back to work then. JC doesn't get to say that. He's a member of the Golden Company. He gets used all the time. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I don't know. I try and be genuine about it. I'm not trying to become like a big, like super big mega streamer personality, anything like that. I've been given the opportunity for PAX Day where I knew it was a game that I was passionate about. I have this creative outlet of making videos and, you know, being able to share and build community. And this was a really fun way to do it. I knew I wanted to do it. And then PAX Day was announced and I was like, this is it. This is the one. I'm going to try and do it. And then, you know, I've had like the devs come in and support the channel in more ways than one. They've given me a platform and allowed me to stand on a pedestal in some ways, which I've been, you know, truly thankful for. And like this channel wouldn't be where it's at without like their support. And I know that's cliche, but it really is true. Like what, a year and a half ago, this channel had like 300 subscribers or something close to that. Like basically nothing. And we've 10x'd it over the last year and a half. Like that's pretty cool. That's pretty dang cool. I know a lot of people aren't watching PAX Day related content right now. So like videos are, oh, wow, they're like kind of dropping. You know, we'll average around 1,000 people watching on YouTube occasionally, but depending on the content that comes out, it's really, you can't just make new stuff up, or at least I try not to. But you know, that's what we do. That's how we roll. So I like making the content for this game, and I've been given the opportunity and the platform to do it. So of course I'm going to do it, like build on it. But you know, from a streaming perspective and all of that, I appreciate the support that everyone gives me. And it allows me to directly build, you know, better parts of the community and build more things and build higher quality things, in terms of like content and all of that. So there is some, you know, benefit, when people like contribute to the stream or become channel members on YouTube or subscribe on Twitch. Like it actually really helps out, and it validates a little bit of the work that I put in, too. But at the same time, it's just something that I enjoy doing, and I enjoy the, like I'm this is the thankful part of the stream apparently. Like I'm just thankful that people watch and want to listen and want to participate. And yeah, that means occasionally there's going to be some rando that comes in here and is like, you're a paid shill who, you know, is getting paid by this company and you got no soul. And it's like, well, buddy, you know, I have red hair. Souls are not what gingers typically have. Generically, hate to break it to you, but it just is how it is. But, you know, joking aside, it is really fun to get to sit down and have conversations with people that I've never met in real life about things that we all have a shared interest in and enjoy, and sharing some of that joy and fun with all of you. So I like doing that, and hopefully you all like. I mean, you wouldn't be here if you didn't, so I appreciate it. But it's always great, and I do like it. It's cool to try and build a community and watch it grow and put the work in to build it, and to put the work in to have the positive effect come out. It's so nice when like people are like, oh, the community that I joined that you were running, I've found like lifelong friends in that community, and they've helped me through hard times and been there in the good times and all of that. And it's like, oh, that's pretty cool. Like where are we going? I followed the wrong person. We need to go north, not west. You silly people. Oh, we're watching you and not the map. Sleepwalking. That's hilarious. Obnek. Hello, Obnek. Yeah, okay. Now we might die because we're going to have to jump down this hill. That's actually hilarious. For just Wing. That's funny. But gingers are not soulless. They contain the many souls that they have consumed. They eat souls. That is true. We are daywalkers in the best of ways, and sometimes the worst of ways. Passionate and fiery. Honey totally feels used too. What's different? What's new? That's old news, honey. Okay, so we're at Shire. We have Gale and one more to go. We are making our way downtown. Faces are passing. We are getting also close to when I have to end the stream. Hopefully I can make it all the way there. We're going to try and speed through it a bit. I do have to leave here in the very near future, actually. Probably the next 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. I think we can make it. Do you all think we can make it? Do y'all think we can make it? Do you think that we can go from here to there in 30 minutes? I think we can do it. I think it's a straight shot, y'all. Very little is in our way from this point going forward. Pin saying sure. I think we can do it. We're going to have to book it. We're going to have to book it. Are you going to tell Miss Eltarii you're 20 minutes out? I already told her that. Yeah, I'll get fired. No breaks, just keep swimming. No, we'll regroup at Shire and then we'll make our way up to Gale. Our way up. There we go. Excuse me, I was not trying to cough on the microphone like that. My bad. But yeah, and with that being said, I mean, we run events like this all the time. You don't see a lot of it on like the stream. You'll probably see it in a lot of B-reel footage for like the PAX Friday reviews, or if we're talking on lore. What I'm really excited for is when lore starts coming into the game and we can start solving some mysteries in game together, and I can do some more editorial pieces on some of that stuff. I really do enjoy doing that, and I'm excited for when that comes into the game. But right now, I don't know, maybe do you all like seeing events? Do you like having live streams like this? Do you like seeing event recaps on YouTube? Would you prefer for if I go to an event and I do an event recap that I put it on YouTube and talk about the experience and some of the fun things that occurred? Is that interesting to anybody? I don't know. This is like me doing some A/B research right now. Maybe people do like that kind of thing. Maybe I should be doing that type of stuff. Maybe I should stop sitting on my hands. Honey says yes. Well, of course Honey says yes. Honey always says yes. It is to you as well. Yeah. I mean, I can see the people like it. And then also, you know, we are on an RP server, so there is a lot of other events that go on too. I try and keep track of all the different storylines that are going on. Sometimes it can be hard. And I do try and, you know, hope that it is Pax Dei lore appropriate. Like if someone starts saying they need to take the One Ring to, you know, Mount Crumpet or something like that, then I'm gonna be like, okay guys, like we're mixing our lore up a lot here. The Lorax is not happy. So I try to not do that because I'm a Pax Dei lore purist in some ways. I think people can be creative in the space that we've been given. That might be a hot take, but hey, you know what? It is what it is. We also look at things like, you know, in GC6, we had basically a remodel of Gringotts. We also had kind of the Emperor's Palace from Star Wars. Palace? Office? Or whatever. Heading out in 30. So we'll head up here very soon. So we're going to go up, up, up. All right. I like how Discord can just like come straight in to to the stream. That's funny. Place, not palace. Oh yes. Okay, I see what you're saying there, Jack. Yeah, it's a sanctuary place. Place. All right, here we go. Away we go. Yeah, this way. Lix stone. Oh no, it's the Killarney stone. Is that what that is? Isn't that what it's called? I agree with Honey. I say no sometimes. We had Hogwarts. Yeah, well, I mean, Tainalair did build Gringotts as our bank for a while. Oh my lord. They need to really make a way to make that all disappear. That's hilarious. Y'all, if you DM me and I'm streaming, just know that there's no way for me in Pax Dei right now to just make that quiet. Like, I want you to know that. I'm not trying to openly share your messages, but I will do my best to conceal them and keep them as private messages. But just know that stuff ain't private once it comes and I'm on stream. It's out in the open for everybody to read. People can screen cap that. I think a war just started actually in my DMs. I don't know what. No, I'm kidding. Plots an evil DM. Is it the Blarney stone, not the Clarney? Oh man. Well, didn't think that myself when posted. Yeah, no, you're fine, Jack. Yeah, I don't think you posted anything incriminating. I'm just letting you know. I just want to let everyone know. You know, if you DM me and I'm streaming, I have my face covering up some of it, but there's only so much a man can do, right? I haven't eaten that many Wheaties in my lifetime. There's always a way to blur out the chat for stream. I know a few that can do it. Yeah, I can do that. I used to do it, but generically speaking, I just choose not to because when you blur the chat, then you're also blurring part of the screen. And as you saw with that big block of message that I just got, it could go all the way up to the very, very top. So if I wanted to blur everything, I would technically have a quarter of my screen blurred out on the stream, which obviously not fun. Not prime time. Not prime time. Oh, come on. And then I get to come over here and just change that number to a 5. 5 collisions. 5 collisions. Obviously, I need a bigger tie to cover the left side of the screen. Yeah, just put like a giant tie picture right there. Make sure I put a tie on my chat. Chat needs a tie. You need to tie it all together. But thanks for the messages, y'all. I appreciate the messages. It's great getting to hear from all of you, and great seeing you all in chat too. I do appreciate the conversations, and honestly, I'm just sitting here talking to myself for 5 hours. So I appreciate having people here to talk with and have actual conversation, as opposed to just me ranting about something for 5 hours. It's great therapy, but you know, it's also great to talk to people. So thank you. But am I going the right way? Yes. Oh, these hills are gonna. We were doing so good for such a long time, and now we're just upping this counter left and right. 6 collisions. And we do have to kind of go around. Ugh. Is there an actual road here, or am I just screwed? It's a lie. The road's a lie. Taking the scenic route. Yeah, you know, should have gone that way. You're right. Sometimes the closest path is not the shortest distance. Sometimes the closest path is much farther away than one would expect. That is this case. That's why we have sprinty shoes and a broken cape. Sprinty shoes and a broken cape. I am excited to see what they do with armor. I like lighter armor. I like being melee combat, but lighter armor and not like a rogue. I just like, you know, if they have dodging, I'm about that. I like having a little bit more timed based skill based things and being able to trade some armor off for more damage or more mobility. I'm a big mobility player. I think positioning is 1,000 times more important than how much damage you can take if you're just standing straight. So I'm really excited to see what they do. My hopes aren't like explicitly high for this initial release. I think it's just going to be a lot of stat changes. And maybe certain armors can get certain spells more so than even now. I don't know. But I am looking forward to it because I mean, clearly I enjoy running around in less armor than more armor. Or not less armor, but just not plate, not heavy armor. Some plate armor is cool and can have its uses, but I do like a good, you know, you're just there, you're in your cloth. If you get hit, it's going to be GG. So you got to dodge, living life on the edge. That's what I enjoy. That is the fun of it. And I'm excited. I was excited to read on the roadmap that they were going to be adding that. Same with the new weapon that's coming in, staves. A lot of people have been waiting for staves. I hope that they don't look as dinky as the Zebian staves do. I don't like them because it's like you have the tiny little part that you'd hold on to, and then it gets like super fat. Like it would be this big if you wanted to grab it at the very top, as opposed to where the hand classically goes. I don't know. It just kind of felt weird, but it would be cool to see all the different skins that they have for it, and you know what kind of comes with it. I also think with goats, you know, there's opportunity to get new resources from them as well. So I'm interested in seeing what we get. Obviously cheese from goat's milk and all of that, if we are able to get goat's milk from them. But like, what other types of resources are we going to be able to get from them? Are they adding other types of resources alongside goats. Obviously, goats are there, but does that mean that they're going to add another tier to crafting? Like, are we going to finally get high carbon steel back as the next step past that? So I think, yeah. I want the big hammer / maul some of the Inquisitors have. Yeah, that big old hammer would be a super fun one. I mean, the devs have come out and said, like, hey, by the way, you know what? I can unstuck. I'm gonna unstuck. That should get us closer to Gale. You know what? No. I refuse. I am going to run. Clueless Freya. Freya, what's up? I'm going to run. We've run this entire time without doing a single unstuck. It would be a real shame if we were to unstuck now at the very end of it all, at the end of all things, the final leg of our journey, if we were to give up and unstuck our way to victory. But the devs did say, they mentioned that we will be able to get access to should get access to the weapons that are currently on all of the NPCs, the enemies. So, I mean, NPCs have staves. NPCs have giant hammer mauls. Maybe we'll be able to get giant hammer mauls too. Although what would be awesome is if we get one of those triple attacks from the staves that the Zebians have. You know, those ones that chunk you for 300 health when you get hit by them. Yeah, those ones. I would love it if we got a triple attack for that. That would be incredible. I couldn't be happier. I think that would be really fun. But I'm actually just looking forward to being able to walk around with a staff out. And I don't know. It would be really fun is if, like, when you have your staff out, you're able to, like, walk with the staff. And, like, you do... it interacts with the ground and it's part of your walking animation is like you're using the staff to walk. That is so cool to me. Another one, like occasionally, you know, with spears, there's like animations that trigger sometimes, but there's no clear cut way to actually trigger them, I don't think. But they like very clearly, like you'll set them on their shoulder or like do other stuff with them. I love the little small bits of animations that they can add to things that make it feel more believable, and they just kind of randomly happen. I do like when you're sitting down now, there's all the different emotes that you can get for sitting down. And if you're sitting down in front of a table, you can interact with the chair and the table. And there's all these cool kind of procedural things that can be done with animations now in Unreal Engine. So I really do like where they're going with it. I hope they add more. And I hope they add some of that starting with the staff, because that's going to be so sick. It's going to be so cool. So very, very cool. So I would love to see that. Oh, we are so close. This badger's going to try and ruin our fun, though. They're going to try and ruin it all. We can't have that. We can't have that in the slightest. Left or right? Left. What are all of you most excited for on the roadmap? Other than horses, I know everyone's excited for horses. Horses, they're a big one. They might be actually coming sooner rather than later. Honestly, I didn't think about it until it said Player's Companion. But like, what else could Player's Companion mean for a title for verse 3? Like, I feel like that means we get horses. Don't you all? Like, what else would it mean? Like, we get tameable. Who's a Player's Companion? We get tameable something? Like, people can get married? Like, what? I don't know. What is the feature that is emblematic, that is more emblematic of verse 3 than arsenal or weapons, considering the fact that arsenals and weapons are the things that are being primarily added that we know so far? New building pieces, mercenaries, pick up pet, pack mule. I mean, I do think, yeah, I mean, those are all solid like options, but I'm just wondering, like, what would a player's companion be? Maybe a player's companion, like their sword is their companion. Like, what could that mean? Yeah, mercenaries. I don't think we'll ever be able to hire mercenaries into the game for us. I mean, like traditional mercenaries, like human-like players. I think at some point we might actually be able to turn ourselves into bots when we're offline and have our bots go and do certain functions while we're not in game, but it'll like we're in game but not in game, so we're not NPCs. We're OL PCs. We're offline player characters, I guess is what you could do it. A pet Luna, yeah, that would be a fun one. Just have a giant, dire wolf following you around with a sword sticking out of its shoulder. I mean, dogs are clearly the path. Player's companion would be a dog, but I don't think they're going to add. I mean, if they had the ability to have a pet in the game, they better add the ability to have multiple different pets, because if they don't, then everyone's going to just have the same pet, and it's going to feel really, really not fun. It's not going to feel the best. All right, we're here. We're going to chill for 30 seconds. Chilling for 30 seconds. Then we head north to the gate. Look at that. Yay. So we're going to head to the gate. Best way to do that, we're going to go follow this road up the right-hand side, come up and around. And then we'll have 2 maps completely explored. That is incredible. Very, very incredible. Pocket badgers. Pocket badger. That would be fun. Jack says, but for me, the new content I'm waiting for would be better dungeons and world bosses. I think we're a while away from world bosses. Like we still are only at elite mobs. Just wait until they add like true bosses. And then world bosses is like even past that. Like that's the dragons and stuff like that. New spells and gear customization are going to be fun. Heading out to the gate in the north. Go up and to the right. Yeah. Good trajectory. I really want more gear customization to come in. We need more variety in clothing, or at least more variety in patterns of clothing, I think. We know that there's going to be variety in terms of what clothing looks like, how you're dyeing it, and stuff like that. But I do want to see more of that. I would also like to see a cape that doesn't have to look like, I want to be able to wash the cape but still have it all tattered. I like the tatteredness of the bottom of this, but it also looks gross with all the blood and dirt and other crap that's on it. But it looks really cool with the just torn, frayed ends. That's really, really cool in my opinion. But yeah, new spells, gear customization, I'm on board with that. I think we will get more dungeons. It's been my thought for a while that we're going to be getting, the Fae and some Fae styled dungeons where we have to go into the ancient woods in order to go into those, and the woods of old, or what are they called now? Forsaken forests and whispering woods and the evergreen. Well, no, yeah, mostly the whispering woods, and the whispering woods. I feel like that's where we would get our, Fae dungeons, where you go into a tree and then it leads you to a whole nother realm, and that realm is basically a dungeon, but it's got a bunch of Fae flavored things as opposed to Zebian flavored things. A lay in bed emote, yeah, that would be great. The ability to sleep and maybe you get an XP benefit from that would be cool. Furniture, more furniture, always good. Always good. I'm here for the new crafting materials, limestone walls. eventually the marble. That would be so cool if we could start building things with marble and have a marble build set. That'd be awesome. But limestone is a great start, I think. I hope that not only do they have better like different skins and different materials, but those materials have different structural integrity capacities as well, where like the marble, maybe you can build taller with marble, or other things can be built off of it, or with limestone or what have you. That would be really, really cool, and it would incentivize players to improve their builds over time as they get access to better materials to build with, if they want to. Like if you want to build that tall tower, you can build it using marble better than you can build it with something else. Maybe marble can be scaffolded onto using wood, and it gets more structural stability from that, or something like that. It would be really, really cool if we had access to those types of things. I would be here for it. But generically, I'm just excited to get access to new stone wall types, because I love building cathedrals, and our current cathedral has always been built with stone and nice rock. So it would be great if we could actually do it with limestone and use some of the new build tile sets that they have been sharing. It'll look really cool. It'll also just generally across all of Pax Dei, there's so many different builds that all look the same because they're all using the same texture. So it'll be great when that changes and we're able to actually see variety, and people are making stylistic choices but also economic choices. Marble is going to be harder to get to than nice. Limestone is going to be harder to get to than nice, but maybe harder to get to than marble. So if you walk by and you see a player who's built a giant cathedral out of all marble, then you're going to be like, that person's rich. Like, very much so, because look at all of the stuff that they've been able to make as a result of that. Like, that cost a lot of money. A lot of money. And then even better yet from that, if you're in an area that doesn't have a majority, a lot of marble deposits or something like that, then that means you imported it all, which means you even got more money. You got even more influence, more, more juice in the tank, so to speak. You can see your build from where I'm at. Is this your build right here? Or did I already pass it? I know there's a little bit of a delay on the stream. So if this is your build, look at that. Cool looking one. Hopefully your build isn't the one missing the roof. That's illegal. I always tell people in the Golden Company, whenever there's something built that I'm like, that's not allowed, I call it illegal. You're not allowed to build it. It is illegal. All right, well, here we go. We're saying goodbye to Gale. We've made it through. Now we are going to the final spot. It's the final countdown. This is going to also mark the end of the stream. We're going to end it off here after we get to this point. So hopefully you all have enjoyed. I have had a blast. It's been 5 hours and 15 minutes of just pure unadulterated fun and getting to talk with you all. We'll probably do another one of these, probably not next weekend. Maybe 2 weekends from now. We'll do another run. I feel like most people already have it, and at that point in time, people might not want it because the wipe will be so close. I don't know. We don't know when the wipe is actually going to be, but either way, I had a really fun time doing this, and when the wipe does happen, we will be doing another like live stream day of, showing where we're at and talking more about all the cool changes and doing all of that stuff. So you can expect that to be coming. We have a couple of lore videos that we're also working on as well. I've been working on a Origin of Demons one in Pax Dei, and then now we have a Fey one as well. So there's a lot of stuff to be talking about on the lore front. And then there's some other fun videos that we have planned as well. So love for you to all join along for that. If you are watching on Twitch, we have a YouTube channel. And in fact, that's where most of our content comes from, is on YouTube. And if you're on YouTube, you're already there. So if you could do me a favor and hit the like button on the YouTube video and then hit that subscribe button so that you can get notified whenever we come out with new content, that would be incredible. I would deeply, deeply love it if you did that. And then obviously, follow us along on Twitch. We always stream on both sides of the table. So, we're on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. We have both chats showing up in the stream as well. So you can join us on whichever one your preferred is. But do check us out on YouTube. We have all of our videos over there. Obviously, thank you for everyone who, gave us your nice Bezos subscriptions or otherwise. If you want to be a channel member over on YouTube, it's pretty dang cheap to become a prosumer, is what we call them. That's our entry-level tier. It's like $1, and it's just to support the channel. It's nice. It's very nice. I appreciate it every time someone does it. It's just a nice little subby-dubby. But then we also have the Entrepresumer, which is a little bit higher. You get access to our videos basically the second that they get uploaded onto YouTube, as opposed to having to wait for it when mostly everything else comes out. And then we have the C-Suite, where you get some special privileges. You can, you get a nice little, that's the consumer suite, right? The C-Suite. But you get a nice little, you get access to the boardroom. We talk about some stuff in there. It's really all fun. So feel free to check that stuff out too. But really, I just love having y'all here, and I really appreciate having everyone come and join for fun conversations about where Pax Day's at, where it's going, where it's been, going through that little bit of a history lesson, so to speak. And it is fun. Yes, honey, there is a boardroom, but you have to be a C-Suite member to have access to the boardroom. I love how I show up and there's just all these people cheering at the finish line. We're like, we're there, we're coming. But yeah, it's been a really fun stream so far. 5 hours and 20 minutes of streaming. That is over twice of what we normally do for our streams. So really, really glad that we're all able to be here. Do I answer to the board? I do have to answer to the board at some point in time, I think. We have an elders room, same thing. Yeah. So please, have a great rest of your day. We made it through Innis Gallia and Mary. We've gone through basically half of the game at this point and have unlocked it. We've also gone through about half of our players that started. The group has gotten a lot smaller than when we started. That is understandable. It is Saturday. I do have some stuff that I am going to be going off to doing now. Mrs. Eltarii is celebrating her birthday today. You only turned 21 12 times. So, well, not 12 times, but you get what I'm saying. So we're going to go and celebrate that, go have a nice picnic with the dog. And I will see you all in the next one. But again, thanks again for everyone who came out and actually joined us in this endeavor. We do stuff like this all the time. If you're interested in learning more about what the Golden Company, the Golden City, Pax Day is all about, you should definitely check us out on YouTube. Reach out to me via DMs on Discord if you'd like to as well. And we're always looking for people who are looking to be a part of community and have a fun time together. So that's all that we have for today. This has been another amazingly very professional live stream. Thanks again for tuning into it. Have a great rest of your day, night, morning, whatever it might be for you where you're at. And until next time, I'm Eltarii, the professional gamer. Thanks for tuning into the stream, y'all. I hope you have a good one.
Goodbye.